Doop-a-doop. Doop-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okie dokie.
Okay, I can detect about outages.
Quite do. Let's see. Still says I'm playing Starbound. God fucking damn it. Well, let's start by fixing that and then we'll get into an intro for today. Almost swallowed those words. Okay, let's see here. Yep, even the go live notification is completely incorrect and everything. Okay, that should be this sorted. This looks more right. Okay, so today is Thursday, the 26th of August, and I just got my second shot of the Moderna vaccine. I'm just gonna do the fucking Danish pronunciation. Sorry. Anything else, and I'm just gonna have a mental breakdown every time I try and talk about this topic. But yes, I had the second shot today, and that was about half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. So we'll see. How everything goes, because I've heard some people do end up getting like super sick. What is this? Before we start Loop Hero, I did just catch something on Steam, or something on Steam caught my eyes, caught my attention. It's called Seren Fate. It's discounted at the moment. It's got mixed reviews, but that's only the recent ones. What are people saying? Couldn't get into the game. It does a poor job of really directing you on what to do. Okay, I'm not too worried about that. So this is how I tend to go for reviews. The first thing I'll do is I'll go to review type. I'll look for the negatives when there's like a mixed opinion, or even if there's a positive actually. Because typically if you go for the negative reviews and the stuff that people are complaining about is small stuff that probably will only affect about small percentage of all the users, I don't really care about the negative review. And then I start looking if there's some positive reviews, or I buy into the idea and give the game a go myself. Because the reason why I don't go for positive reviews is that I don't want to spoil game experiences. So if you go for a positive review, like there's a pretty good chance that people are talking about spoilery stuff, and not necessarily like it doesn't have to be a story-based game, but spoilers for me in terms of having a game spoiled to you is also a thing. So if someone goes out and says like, oh, I really like this, and this mechanic, I've already been spoiled the mechanics that are in the game. All I really want to know about games these days in order to try and keep things interesting is what genre it is and the general direction they go with it. And then I kind of just try them out. And if they are interesting games, I'll keep them, I'll not refund them, even if I might not end up playing them again, because I like the execution of the idea that they did, even if it's not exactly what I might have expected it to be. And that's because a lot of games these days are very cheap, so having them sit in your library for something you could play at a later date isn't really a problem for me. Anyways, is this game worth it? The short answer is no, and the long answer, basically a game that tries to do so much but in the end does it poorly. Isn't this early access? Or maybe it's not. Okay. Basically a game that blah blah blah. Have a farming simulator trying to cram in magic elements. As I said, the overall themes, combined with a bit of Pokemon collection, all while trying to be an RPG game with stats. Sounds like it would be a bit hard to make all that work, right? Well, it doesn't. The farming simulator aspect tries to buck the trend in how you do things, but doesn't really teach you how to do even the basic things. Okay. You're supposed to be a blah blah blah, so you would at least be able to cast spells, right? Well, sorta. Eh. Not easy to leave this negative review because the game has a lot of great things going for it. Alas, I wish I could return it at this point because there's nothing making me want to play more than what I have already, and the development leaves me befuddled with daily, sometimes twice daily updates with no update notices. Okay, what a weird negative review. Also, another thing that I personally would recommend looking at is the amount of time spent. A lot of people will tell you this, like, if you only have about 2 hours in a game and you're posting a negative review about it, it has to be like a really good reason. And then every single negative review has to be like that. But already the first negative review is still 38 hours. So like they played for, like if you were to say take the price point, right? 13.43 euros. Now your mileage is going to vary because currency conversions and such. But I mean, you got 38.7 hours out of this game. What? And you complain about it. Sure, you can leave a negative review, but even this is like, that's the thing about reviews that are so weird, right? Because this is objectively considered a negative review, yet isn't it a very positive thing that it still entertained a person for 38 hours, even being a negative review? I would say that's a valid point. Here's another one on 14 hours, which, just to let's make it clear. When I grew up, 14 hours was a very like expected amount of time required to beat a game when you got the hang of it. Newer gamers will most likely take longer because you need to learn how to play video games to begin with and get good at them. But once you get the hang of video games, a lot of games that are, let's say, linear, story, narrative driven, doesn't really matter. As long as it's linear, if it's a platform or whatever, if you actually got the hang of it, usually 14 hours is about the mark that I would aim for, that a game should be able to satisfy you with. Except today, people expect, and I think I commented on this yesterday, and because someone else was also saying that video games need to provide you with like 200 hours of content and cost no more than $20. And I think that's an unfair way to look at it. So let's see, want to love this game is a combination of both Pokemon and Harvest Moon, two game types that would work wonderfully together. Huge amount of obfuscation. That's a like really hard word for me to pronounce. I know what it means. It means that it's like hidden away, or like yeah, it's basically hidden away behind other things, or not explained basically, so you have to figure it out. Wondering what an item does? Break it down using the magic system and unlock a single page description for it in your journal that won't tell you anything. What to know, where you should be, I assume this is supposed to be want to know where you should be going. Good luck and don't head west of the town center. Okay, that doesn't really bother me. You can critically acclaim games like Fallout New Vegas has the exact same thing. If you go in the wrong direction to begin with and you don't know what you're stepping into, you're gonna get wrecked. Like, specifically speaking, if you go from the start of the game directly to the New Vegas Strip, because that path is riddled with death claws. And that is a like situation I very well remember experiencing back then, and then figuring, oh, okay, maybe I should like head back and go in another direction, I suppose. And I remember back then that was kind of annoyed at that, but that was because it's supposed to be like an open world game. But that's the thing with New Vegas that I don't like, is that it's very linear. Like, in order to progress the story, you have to go from A to B to C to D, at least in terms of what the developers seem to expect of you. Now, you can skip ahead, but the game's going to be like much harder if you do so. True, you know, you can do that in a lot of other games. If you skip to like harder enemies and it's a skill-based game, you might be able to dodge your way out of the situation until you finally take them down. But my point still stands that that's not like the intended path of the game. And if you go those routes, either they're like not rewarding enough, or you skip so such large chunks of the game that that you will just have to end up going back and doing anyway, otherwise you can't progress. Is it in Oblivion, for instance, the Elder Scrolls Oblivion? That game just has you start out at the center of the map, allowing you to go into every single direction, which is the most amazing thing about the game. But it sort of also reflects that whole possibility in how the game is structured, meaning that you can go to one cave, farm all the bandits, go outside, stand around for like 3 days or however long it takes for them to respawn, go back in, and they'll be higher level, better geared and everything. And you can continue doing that over and over until you have full Daedric armor and not even step into any other part of the game, do any of the quests or literally anything really. And I remember as a kid I did this because I figured out that you could, after like thinking, okay, can I actually do this? And then I ended up getting bored with that playthrough because I had done like 1% of the content but was already in-game geared and everything, to the point where every item I discovered then forward was trash. It was useless. It might have some monetary value, but what excitement do you have in exploring a world full of magical items and stuff if you already have the best gear that's way beyond the capabilities of what you find? Especially because even though they do this like level-based scaling, like according to where you are, they still balance it out to the point where near the middle of the map, that's where all the lower level stuff is at, I guess. Meaning items that are interesting at lower levels. Like for instance, I vividly remember a cave that had a secret chest with a unique magic robe in it, but that item would be completely useless if you already had full Daedric armor, because that magic gain would be completely wasted in comparison and to having those defensive stats, and you wouldn't be able to survive without those defensive stats at that point, making the whole point of going to that dungeon, other than for the randomly generated enemies that are scaled to your level, like making that whole journey pointless, other than for the sake of having done it and the discovery of it. Second time around though, I started very quickly a new playthrough, and then I went with the strategy of, okay, well, if this is how the game is structured, then I'm gonna try and, like in a spiral kind of fashion, explore outwards from the center. And that was a way more enjoyable experience because the items were actually interesting in terms of the unique loot that you could get. I of course got to do way more quests. I saw a lot more of the game that most players have never even seen before. And going forward, like I ended up exploring as much content as possible so I got the most bang out of my buck, right? And I didn't feel like I just rushed to the end game and were a god within like 30 minutes or probably a couple hours, but I digress. It's just a little side tangent there. Again, 25 hours needs a lot of work but has a lot of potential. 59 hours, you play as an Invoker from Dota, but why is everything so damn hard? Okay. I don't know. It looks very interesting. I have like a soft spot for like farming games like these. Or what do you even call it? Because it's not like a slice of life thing. It's like a small village adventure building a homestead kind of experience, right? Is what I assume this to be. And then of course with its, what I guess is its unique twist to it. It was literally just released yesterday. Full controller support Steam achievements. handcrafted fantasy RPG that delves deep into the churning depths of magic. Explore a retro-inspired world bristling with rich story, unique mechanics, and fearsome monsters. Courageous and adventurous spirit and offers great difficulty to the brave. I mean, it literally says here, offers great difficulty, and then one of the negative reviews was, why did it have to be so difficult? Well, I don't know. You played for like a ridiculous amount of hours, so you were probably around that point where it would get difficult at that stage. But yeah, this is like, I do tend to like look at what's new and trending pretty much every day, because that's how you pick out like interesting things that might be worth checking out. And of course I also do check out the top sellers, but this is not as useful. Top sellers is like, okay, Humankind, that was a no-brainer. Sea of Thieves is still in here. I mean, okay. Jurassic World Evolution 2, this I have on my wish list, but it's a pre-purchase, so given it's in... is it in... yeah, it's in a couple months still, so I'm actually very looking forward to try this game, because I played the first one, but I don't know, it felt very limiting in terms of what you could do on the landscaping part. Like, you had a lot of dino variety, but what you could do with their enclosures boiled down to raising and lowering the terrain, painting in colors or terrain materials, and placing down trees and rocks and a fence. But every time you needed to like put down a water source, it had to be completely flat. You couldn't have like dynamic landscapes all that well. Some of the maps were like too what do you call it, steep on some of the parts to like allow for interesting enclosure designs. I don't know. And other than moving around, your dinosaurs didn't really do that much. And I felt that the parks were very cramped for the size of the animals. I mean, I know they're in enclosures and it's a zoo kind of game and stuff, but like when you see Jurassic Park the movie, as a kid, at least I did, you get this in sort of feeling that it's this huge expansive island where they're just like roaming out and about. And we also have some news on Valheim, if you're into that, by the way. Something on the Hafen Home coming on September the 16th. Ooh, that's actually sooner than I thought it would be. Question is it gonna live up to what else they already have in there is what I'm gonna be curious about. I have a feeling the answer is gonna be no, because they're a fairly small development team and they've had to switch into gear to get like more people hired, and as a result I would imagine they probably haven't been able to do as much as they wanted to. Okay, whatever. So, but I do want to go back into Valheim when there's content worth exploring, but at this point in time I've explored literally everything there is to do. Apart from beating the final boss, I left that one out intentionally because I didn't want the game to end on a flat note. I wanted to end playing the game on a high note. So, and the reason why is because I knew that after the final boss there would be no more unlocks, so it would literally just be looking for the final boss over the course of maybe up to several days, which actually some people on the Discord that I was playing with ended up doing. And then they went to beat the boss and that's it. And I heard from other people on the internet, or reading from other people's notes on it, that it wasn't worth the effort of trying to find the boss, so there's that. I do want to go and get a quick drink before we go into some gaming, but just be right back. Because I am feeling thirsty. And as I said yesterday, I do like the taste of energy drinks, even though I know they're not good for you. I do still like the taste. I have no idea if it affects... I don't assume that it would affect you getting a vaccine though. I have no clue, however, but it is what it is. If I get sick, then that's what we'll deal with. Oh yeah, let's also do Streamraiders, actually. But yeah, I would like to like try and start my streams moving forward with like some kind of discussion topic or something interesting that I found that I would like to like share with you all. So if you want to take part in those discussions, I would love to have you around. We have one token, so we can actually keep playing now. See this, yesterday we, let me just show this to you. So yesterday we went to the final boss, which was Mr. Whiskers. And Mr. Whiskers did not want to die. We ended up fighting Mr. Whiskers 3 times over and failing every single time. And I don't honestly know how to deal with that boss. And then what you get, you know, when you completely fail, you get a message saying like, start new map. Like that's the only option you get. But since it was after the stream anyway, I thought I would let it sit the night over and see what would happen, because before I did the last one, I noticed that refresh thing up in the top here. And with that retry token. And I thought, okay, well, maybe this refreshes in the background overnight, and then when I get back on, I'll be able to continue by consuming a token, even though when we stopped last after the stream, it said that the only option was to retry, and we can try again. So the question is if I should wait with this, because it is the final boss, and I have a weird suspicion that if I just start this now, people are not gonna come by. Or they're not, let's just put it this way, there's not gonna be enough players to come by, maybe. That's my worry. Okay, let's play some loop here for like an hour or so, and then take a look at this. Instead of just, you know, instead of just getting stuck thinking about it, is what I was trying to say. So yeah, but I got my second shot today, so if I at some point have to abruptly end the stream because I'm feeling unwell, then that will probably be why. I feel fine right now though, albeit a little bit tired because I had to get up earlier than normal in order to get the shot. But oh, and I was also like stressing out about it because I got up too early and the vaccine wasn't until like 1 a.m. 1 p.m. actually. And as a result, since I got up at like 10 a.m. meant that I had like an hour and a half to burn or something. Also, yesterday I played a bit more Loop Hero off stream to make a bit of progress, so we now have an alchemist's tent, amongst other things. But instead of like going into all the details about that, so let's just get like into what we're aiming for. I kind of want to get the next, like the river unlock, and then the subsequent bridge unlock, because then everything is available to me, and the only other building I guess I would have to build outside mud huts or farms would be a warehouse more, because you can only have 2 of those apparently. And then if everything else would be upgrades. 0 milestone. Wait, what? Monument to the first step made by the first explorer. Changes the enemy's strength depending on where they are. Monsters will get weaker close to the 0 milestone and become stronger further away from it. It doesn't affect bosses. When did... I must have unlocked this yesterday by upgrading something. Huh. Okay. Sure. Oh, and I also went onto the wiki to look at the cards yesterday and figure out if there were any synergies that I wanted to do. The only really interesting one that I could find that I might consider doing is you can put down a storm temple and turn forest into burned forest. Which, what did that do again? Let's just take a look, shall we? Cards. Let's see. I guess we would find it under either, yeah, let's just look at the Storm Temple. So here, if you place it near a forest thicket, it turns into a burned forest. Ah, there, 0.05 magic damage. Oh yeah, that's why I wasn't, like, for all the combinations that I could find that I can currently do, there was nothing really that stood out as being super helpful because, yes, we can do this and get some magic damage, or I think it's true damage. It's like, it has its own damage calculation and its own crit triggering mechanics and stuff, or not mechanics, but it has its own crit chance trigger, meaning that if you're a rogue and you do both magic damage and regular damage, then both of those damage types gets their own crit chance roll, which is kind of interesting. I believe there was also some other explanation on it. What was it again? I think it actually was mentioned in here. Yeah, what counts as magic damage? It's just a stat, it adds extra damage to every attack you do, and that damage ignores enemy defenses. Yes, I think it's true damage is what it's called in game right now. On here it's listed as magic damage though, but I digress. It's also a separate stat than your normal damage, i.e. it gets its own roll for chance when getting a crit, so it's kind of worth having if you're running crit chance. Is it? I mean, on average, I assume it wouldn't make a difference if you do 2 crit rolls, as long as the crit chance for both attacks are the same, as compared to you putting both attacks into one pool of crit chance. At the end of the day, whenever you succeed a crit, regardless of which of those 2 attacks, let's call them, it is, damage is going to be multiplied by the same amount. And your chance for critting on both of those attacks is the exact same. The only difference is that you get 2 chances to roll a crit, but the chance of getting a crit is still the same, no matter how many times you get to roll. And since your damage gets split up into 2 pools, it doesn't matter in the long run, in the grand scheme of things. As far as I know, at least, how it would work on a statistics level. What would be a good comparison to this? It's like saying, and I know statistically it's not exactly correct, but it's like saying that, what would it be? What would be a good way of doing this? Because I was just about to make an example with a 6-sided die. What was the fucking chance of that? It's a bit weird when it's 6, yeah. So as I expected, it would be like some weird number, like 16.66% chance. You know, you roll one 6-sided die, and this would be about the chance of rolling one of the 6 sides, right? But then you roll 2 6-sided dice. The chance of rolling one of the 6 sides on either of the dice, like if you only consider one dice at a time, is still the same percentage. Now true, if you roll them simultaneously, the chance of either of those two to be, no, I guess it would be the same, because, yeah, it would have to be, actually, because it would just be, you know, yeah, it would have to be the same, because it's still 6 sides on each die. But I guess the likelihood of one of the dice, like if the question is if the what's the likelihood of either of the two dice to have like a specific face, like roll a 1 for instance, because you're doing 2 rolls, yes, then you have like twice as high a chance, I suppose, because you get 2 attempts essentially, because they're both the 6-sided die, so it's just like rolling the same dice twice, and then, you know, either of those 2 rolls would be good. But if the thing is that you need both of them to roll onto like the same exact, or like, yeah, the chance of either of them to land on one of the 6 sides is the same. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this. It doesn't matter. The point is just that the crit rate thing doesn't matter for the game. Now what does matter is the true damage, just to get back on track, I suppose. But the problem is that if you're playing a necromancer, that doesn't really help you, because it's true damage that gets added onto your hero, and as a result the necromancer doesn't do attacks. Well, he does do attacks, but they're kind of shit, and you're supposed to be buffing your skeleton, so what are you doing? But anyways, so what else I did differently when I was playing off stream is that I started using the runes card again. The runes card is very interesting, I found out, and I need to do some more experimentation with some of the other cards to figure out exactly how the game balances everything. Because they will spawn a scorch worm every 2 days. Now the scorch worm is very particularly interesting because it's a ranged unit, meaning that if it's on a tile adjacent to like a fight that you're doing, it'll step in as a ranged unit, dealing extra damage to you. But what's interesting about it is that when you're engaging in direct combat first, because it's a ranged unit, it gets like a heavy debuff because it's in melee combat all of a sudden. And secondly, there's a chance that it'll flee from combat, but if you if you take out a scorch worm, you get some really good items, I found out. Meaning that having the runes on your map for that reason alone is really good. But that does leave me to wonder what gear you can get from some of the other things if you do the right synergies, maybe, or what else it might be. Like I read that once you get the herbalist or whatever, if you put down 3 swamps on the map, you get a card that allows you to put down a witch's hut, where if you pass by that witch's hut, you get healing potions. The thing about the swamps though is that they produce these annoying mosquitoes that have the like insane evasion. So unless you do like counter attacks, they're extremely obnoxious to take out. Just as one example. But I have been wondering about the wheat fields as well, if they might be worth implementing into the deck. Because the runes are nice for getting equipment, but maybe some of the other like stronger enemies might be worth adding to the mix. There's also of course the battlefield, which adds the potentiality of spawning ghosts and extend combat, but I don't know. There's also a synergy with the vampire mansion and the bookery, as I found out, where if you have a vampire mansion in range of a bookery, instead of spawning a tome, it'll spawn another unit instead. There was also something about the bookery. What was the other thing? Because it can spawn 1 of 3 different enemies depending on the circumstances, and I can't remember what the other circumstance is. So let me just quickly look that up. So what was it again? Fastest way to collapse the bookery is to have it horizontally touch 3 roads. Wow. And to have at least 3 cards in your hand on each pass. Wow. It's a fucking no-brainer. Tip. What a tip. Why does it not show in here? That's kind of weird. Maybe under enemies then. Ah, yes, I think it's this Watcher Mage thingy. Ah, yeah, you needed a temporal beacon, which I haven't unlocked yet, as far as I know. Reach loop 12 or 13. Okay, so, okay. Speeds up time by 50% within its range. Wow. Can spawn time watchers which are afraid of vampires within its aura. Interesting. Speeds up time. So I guess that means that if you're in battle, the time counter is gonna go up at 50% increased speed. That might be useful. Yeah, I don't want to have too many cards, like too many different kinds of cards, because like yesterday I was playing like for an entire thing up until loop 6 or 7 before a single booker respawned, which made them absolutely useless for the entirety of the run. But I do hope at some point like it gets easier to get like very long sessions. It might be because I'm playing the Necromancer in a less optimal way than you might want to do if you want to be be successful. But yeah, I wanted to play some Loop Hero today because I didn't want to play a game that I couldn't just, you know, up and leave immediately if I have to. This is one thing. And also something where I don't necessarily need to, like I can take it easy, maybe, is a good word. So that if I do end up feeling a little bit ill, I don't have to completely stop streaming for the day at least. So there's that. I was also thinking about playing some Dorfromantik, but we'll see. Oh yeah, so this is good. Having a bookery since the beginning of the game is like what I really want. Because having a bookery that's early allows me to like try and reroll some cards for more important things that I might want. Like say we want to have some ruins, but we're just not getting the cards for some reason. Then we can use the bookery to try and force the games to give us some. Then we can put like a vampire mansion or a chrono crystal here. I think a vampire mansion might be interesting. I don't know if that'll be like completely overkill, but we'll see. And then we can do meadows on the back here. But yeah, I wanted to play Dorfromantik, but the thing that sort of turns me off from wanting to play that game anymore is the repetitiveness of it. Like, it's got a lot of replayability, don't get me wrong. Like, the game is made around being replayed multiple times over, right? It's just that, oh, I didn't think about this placement too well. Shoot. But it's just that Dorfromantik doesn't really evolve its gameplay over time, so although your approach to playing the game, you can do a few different variations on it and try and beat your high score by using different strategies. I was actually surprised to sort of come to this point where you don't really feel like there's much else you can do differently. Money Too Crazy, what's up? Hey, Money Too Crazy. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? I got my second vaccine shot today, so I'm a little bit worried, or have been worried, that I might end up getting sick from it, but so far so good. Just playing a bit of Loop Hero and ranting about, well, not really ranting, but commenting on Dorfromantik. I don't know, do you know the game? Good, bro. Alright. It's always good when people are not, like, having a bad time. Pfizer BioNTech. Hey, Power Dude. Yeah, I got the Moderna vaccine. From what I could hear and understand from one of my friends in Australia, that's the one they really want over there at the moment. Apparently Australia is doing really bad in terms of dealing with the pandemic at the moment. Yeah, I skipped that. Bad me. Okay. Well, I did read in like a Danish news thing yesterday, on like Facebook, that apparently from the latest, what's it called? Pressemøde, the latest press meeting, they were talking at, like, one of the takeaways was that maybe there's gonna be a third vaccine shot you have to take. Moderna is good. Yeah, that's also what I've heard from everyone whom I've been talking about. Apparently, the guy, my friend from Australia, said that their government bought like a bunch of like a vaccine type that can produce some nasty side effects, and is very likely to. I can't remember which one it was he said it was. But the general gist is that no one wants to take this risky vaccine, and as a result, the government is now stuck with all these vaccines that no one wants to take, and they can't get any other vaccines. So in terms of the pandemic, their progress has halted big time. So I can imagine the hardship that they're going through over there. Oh yeah. By the way, Power Dude, iPikachu said that he can't make it to the LAN party. So I assume you know who I'm talking about. Even if you might not know his or recognize his name on Discord, but unfortunately one of his co-workers had like to take some time off there, and as a result he couldn't do so himself. Got invited to Moderna, but waited because I plan to go to the US of A. Okay. When did you get invited for the Moderna though? Like, I assume you would have gotten invited about the same time as I did, so you would have like been done at this point, I guess. So unless it's like been a very long time ago, or very recently, I guess. You know, the opposite way around. And thanks for the follow, Money to Crazy. Can I call you Crazy or just Money? Which one would you prefer? Oh, why? All I can see is he's still in the attending list on the event. Yeah, I mean, he just literally told me last night, so you know, give him a bit of a chance to like sort stuff out. But I thought since you were here, I would already tell you anyway. But yeah, Money is fine. Okay, I'll do that then, Money. I like talking about money, so why not? Something. But yeah, unfortunately, Pikachu, he can't go because, as I said, his co-worker and kitchen chef has like, what was it he was going for? Oh, I can't remember. But he had like a pre-planned thing there as well that he already sought time off for, so as to not make it all about himself, our common friend told him that okay, then he wouldn't take the time off as a result, because he wants to be that team player, and I can respect that. So it's not so long ago you got invited because you're old. You know, San Francisco. Do you guys wanna? It's late here. Gotta sleep, lol. Okay, I was just about to say, do you play Streamraiders, Money? Because alright, well, take it easy, enjoy your stream. Thanks, Money, and thanks for the follow, and maybe I'll see you at some other point. I do tend to stream like pretty late in the weekends. I don't know if I'll be able to, given this second shot thing. Maybe I'll end up feeling super sick and stuff, but hey, usually there's a good opportunity there to drop by, basically. So I'd love to see you there. You can go fuck himself at work then. Well, one thing at least, I suppose, is that he did also say how he's been talking and he wants to do like a LAN party of his own. I can't remember when he said he would do it, but he was talking about that yesterday. So, and he lives out on the countryside with like pretty good internet now, so he's got all the space needed. He just needs and he's got like a dad who used to rent out like what do you even call it? Not party supplies, but you know, chairs and tables for events and stuff. Even a jumping castle. So getting seating space and stuff wouldn't be a problem for him, at least. Okay, let's just re-roll these traits because I can. Healing when they die would be nice. Or get 8 times XP. So that would already be 24 for each tile we place. That might be pretty good, but this literally just makes it so that we get to the next trait faster. But the trait itself doesn't really do anything unless we get to like a lot of traits. So me. Another land? There is no other. Okay. It's maybe a bit of a... what do you even call it? Extreme point of view? So I don't... He's delusional. Yeah, it's not you, right? It's him. Silly goose. Have you played this game before, Power Dude, or seen it? I don't think you've been on my stream when I've been playing it recently. I don't recall, at least. Or you can correct me if I'm wrong. Ooh, another bookery. You can put it down here, over here. Let's put it here. But man, the weather today is kind of this weird situation though. Like, it's 16 degrees outside, but because it's super windy, it feels very chill. Oh no, this guy can destroy my items. But yeah, it feels like chill outside, but then when I got home, I was like sweating pretty badly. I don't know quite what to make of this weather. Seen Power Ranger play it, not interested. Yeah, I could imagine. Or no, wait, I don't know. You tend to be more in like interested in action type games, right? Things where you don't do a lot of strategic planning and stuff. Not necessarily shooters, of course, but like that direction, if you will. At least that's what I've noticed. Ooh, where do we want to put this? Personally, I do enjoy this actually. I'm not usually into roguelikes or roguelites, because even for roguelites, a lot of those that put the roguelite tag on there seem to be like way too punishing for my tastes. But this game has just the right mix of being not all that punishing and also like fun to play. Like it still uses the roguelite mechanics to a pretty good effect, I would say. Like the fact that you don't bat an eye about what I called him. Hi Pika. Like, why would I? Unless there's something I'm not picking up on. You know how it is with me, I tend to like things go by me pretty easily, so I don't know. I haven't met other people who call him iPeak. Oh, right, because of the... Okay, I see it now. I'm not in Danish mode, sorry. That's why I didn't pick up on it. But I see what you mean now, though. Just be careful I don't give you your old nickname back. Ooh. Pretty good improvement. I do really like the music in this game, for sure, though. It's got like some very nice old school feels to it. Like when I first started it up, not having played Castlevania myself, but that was like the first game that came to mind. And then one of the very first sort of cards you get is a Vampire Mansion, like, you know. They most definitely were thinking in that direction. Like a good roguelite, or like, but the underlying game genre I don't always like. And Loop Hero is very RPG. No, not the old nickname. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's interesting with Loop Hero. People actually came into chat. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before when I was playing this, and they said like, "Oh, I didn't expect this game to be like about this. I thought it was like gonna be. It was an idle game." People said. I could see why you would think that. Hate hardcore RPG and card games, and that had both. I guess. I mean, it does have deck building, but it's more. It's a card, but it's not really a card. It's a tile that you put down. So I don't know if it really falls into the card. Like you're building a selection of tiles that you get to randomly put down, and those buff up your things. So I would consider these more like as a like RTS structure placement thing than anything else, really. But I can see why you also could make the other distinction. Inventory management. I mean, it's not really that bad. Because once you get the hang of how the rarities in the game work out, it's actually not like I can look over here and say that, let's see, a good example, that blue amulet I've got, even though it being a higher rarity, is still very crap compared, because I know now that, or actually this might be good for this class, I digress, but in most cases you will be sacrificing the primary stat for the item in favor of secondary stats. So like, even though this is a level 4 item, sure, it gives me more defense, but I know that this higher rarity item is more important to have the secondary stats, and the secondary stats don't really increase by all that much for higher level items, so it's worth more to have high rarity items in that sense. Heroes of Hammerwatch. Yeah, I mean, it's not really that bad in this game because I mean you only have what, 1, 2, like when starting 4 item slots. The only reason I even have a 5th one is because of a special one-time card that I start with. And the thing that I really like about this game is that there's a lot of exploration going on, because you need to, like, assuming you don't immediately go to the wiki, of course, there's a lot of stuff for you to discover in here that's not explicitly available to you in game from the get-go. You can acquire the information in the game, like what kind of cards produce which synergies and what they do is of course mentioned on the card, but like, for instance, they don't tell you that if you put 3 mountain or rock tiles together it produces a mountain peak, which also, apart from giving you a lot of extra hit points, will spawn a harpy every 2 days. In that same way, if I were to destroy this village over here, these wheat fields will turn into overgrown wheat fields because there's no villagers to tend to the farms anymore. Similarly, if I place a vampire mansion next to this village, it'll become ransacked by that vampire, and then for 3 loops you have to take out a vampire and its 4 ghoul minions, at which point it becomes a vampire owned village instead. So now it's back to how the lore of the game is, like, sort of putting out that it used to be that vampires tended to their nearby villages by protecting them in return, and then the villagers, you know, working for the vampires as a payback. Yeah, one important thing about niche games is that they itch your niche fancy is glorious. Yes. And I waited an awful lot of time. Like, I'm on the late night train in terms of playing this game compared to most other people, and I kind of regret not trying it out, getting it like sooner, because it's just that right mix of roguelite without being punishing. Like, the thing I don't like about roguelikes and roguelites are those games that force you to continue playing until you inevitably fail, and when you fail you start completely over from scratch. One good example of that is Noita, right? Noita is a rogue. Would it be considered a roguelike or a roguelite? I don't know. But whenever you die, like, it's all about getting downwards in that game, and whenever you die, other than the knowledge from your past run, there's nothing else that carries over, and that's the type of roguelikes or whatever that I really don't enjoy. Tactics and planning, are we playing Civilization or what? Yeah, kinda. Ooh, so now I gotta, like, well, tactics and planning, synergies. I think the synergy part of the game is definitely very interesting to me. Because if I put this vampire castle or mansion down here, it should... Okay, maybe not. It has to... Okay, I'm not too well versed in some of these synergies. I think it might be that you have to put the village down after the vampire mansion. But I did want it here regardless because it synergizes with the bookery once it's emptied. So, let's see, we're down here. Bunker punks, although you release long-term currency. I don't know. Bunker punks, I assume, is a game. Ah, can't watch the screen too much or in the kitchen. Alrighty. This is cool. I'm also just enjoying myself today. Yeah, we can put this here. Actually, let's start it there instead. Funky Punks is an FPS roguelike. Okay. Yeah, never heard about it. Never seen anything from it, so does not ring a bell, unfortunately. Hey boy, did you get the second shot already, or will you? No, I have gotten the second shot. Like I do have that thing, that cotton thing they put on there, so yes, I have gotten my second shot. I'm also noticing that my webcam is exceedingly dark today. I know why. It's because the like the range that I'm fairly far away from the webcam, and as such it's like capturing this entire area. You know, you can see both my hands if I extend them out to elbows length and raise them up. And I did have like auto exposure on a few days ago, but it was not doing a great job. It's like either super bright or somewhere in between. And the auto exposure was just doing a terrible job. Like if I turn it on, oh, sorry, and I like let it like readjust itself, you can see how it's like making everything darker. And it's because it's like using the entire image, right? So if I'm not taking up too much space in the frame, it uses too much of the background in order to do the auto balance, and I just sort of disappear into the darkness. So I think like a manual exposure for now is probably the best I can do. The unfortunate thing while like during the summer was that because of the brightness from the outside, having like a hard set exposure would kind of mess up the brightness too. Just a sign from a black guy standing beside you. Salt meat. Probably. But what do you have against black guys? That's what I want to know. Oh, where do we put this spider? Let's put it there. But yeah, I did get the second shot already. That was now about... Oh, time moves so fucking fast. Holy shit. Yeah, that's like way over an hour ago. I'm still feeling fine though. So hopefully it's not going to turn into some kind of clusterfuck of sickness. You know who it is, Power Dude? It's gotta be the Candyman. Go and say that 5 times in the mirror and not freak out during the night. I want to say something politically incorrect sometimes. Don't we all, Power Dude? Don't we all? Oh yeah, so here's like an example that's super hard to make an assessment on for some people, or in some cases. Like, so we've got a level 5 book that's orange quality, which it goes gray, blue, yellow, and then orange, with orange as far as I recall being the highest I've seen. But the thing is, for every time you go up in like the higher, if it goes up in rarity, the mainline status you can see drops down. But then for certain items like the books for the Necromancer, you can see that you occasionally get that skeleton level as like a secondary stat as well, which sometimes is enough to bring it up to at least where a common version of the item would be. But since skeleton level is such an imperative stat for the Necromancer, if you don't also get skeleton level from the secondary stats along with everything else, it might not be a good idea to use, but I think this is actually good enough. Because like if the skeletons are too low level, they just get one shot and then you're just screwed. Ah, it escaped. But yeah, taking out those these scorch worms is really good, I found out, because they drop like really good items. Every time you kill them, I think I've gotten an orange item as a reward, so And this one is also really good. Attack speed, evasion, and max skeletons. Thank you very much. Candyman. You could say whatever and I'd believe it. Who? Candyman? Oh. Say that 5 times in the mirror and he'll come get ya. It's like what is Candyman again? Like, I read up on it because it's not a new concept, but there's like a movie coming out which is like a more modern version of Candyman or whatever. Like a new movie involving Candyman at least. And it's basically like, if you say his name 5 times in the mirror, he'll appear and kill you. And from what I couldn't understand, he's basically designed as a fictional, of course, character that's supposed to be a black Dracula. And I kid you not, that's like what I read. It's like, huh? Okay. And I think it's because like a lot of these horror fantasy what's the word for it again? That's a good word for it. Paranormal entities tend to cater, like, represent white people. So Candyman is supposed to be a black guy for that reason, but then also have his own like traits and stuff. And the reason why he's similar to Dracula is that the way that he works, if you will, is that he gets into your mind to the point where he sort of inserts this desire to be victimized into whoever ends up summoning him. By just like a vampire does it through charm, basically, right? So. Okay, anyways. Get 1+2 skeletons as a passive. That would actually be pretty nice. Or we could get more items, but I think getting more skeletons would be better since we have some really good items already. Now we can actually have 5 skeletons, which means 4 melee and 1 ranged. Vampire Mansion. Now we could put it up here, but although it would turn that village into a ransacked village, we are on loop 5? And where are we? Okay, we just started loop 5, so it wouldn't be until loop 6 that they would be a problem. So let's put it down here. And then if we get a village, we can put it down here and turn it into a ransacked one. Unless it has to, I think it just has to be within the range of the Vampire Mansion to become a Vampire Land or whatever. But yeah, Candyman is like a guy that was wronged or whatever, like killed unjustly in the past and then comes back to haunt people for the rest of eternity. The only thing about Candyman that I really don't get is the whole like desire to be victimized part. Like, that seems like an awful way for some kind of horror entity to exist, because it relies on people wanting to be victimized, right? That's like the only way. And I don't know, that just seems so weird to me. It's like a lot of horror entities are like that actually, where it's like if you start tearing apart what makes them function and the rules behind it, you just notice some loopholes that just don't make any sense. Village becomes a ransacked village if it is directly next to a vampire mansion. Okay, so what they call adjacent. Well, we'll see. We'll try, because I don't think I've tried this. But that would explain why this one up here didn't become. Yeah, it has to be directly because you can actually see it on the thing if it were to become a ransacked one. That's okay though. That is okay. So if we do that, okay, and let's do that. Oh, and get rid of that bandit camp, because those are like the worst things that could possibly spawn around. Anything else? Yeah, free loops later the ransack village upgrades. Yes, it does. You do have to take out 3 groups of 4 ghouls and a vampire for each, or for each loop you have to take out a group of 4 ghouls and a vampire. Like, I've already tried it before because I was curious about, you know, if it would be worth it, but I don't know. It seemed like a weird thing, but it could be worth it maybe. That, even though this is like a common ring, 1.15 skeleton level is a lot for a ring. Like if we look at this one, right, skeleton level 0.23, this is more than 4 times as high. I know it's one level higher too, but you know, it doesn't give any other stats. That goes back to what I was saying, like those secondary stats are kind of weird. But yeah, it's like Candyman as well was, he survives because, like, he appears because people don't believe in him is part of it or something. So people's doubt is like what keeps, like, how does that make sense? If people don't believe in him, then eventually a legend just passes into myth and eventually just disappears, maybe. Unless like there's some kind of truth to it or mystery to be sought after. At least that's what I feel. Heals 15 plus 20 times loop HP upon entering, gives you a quest with a better reward. That is what it does. Yes, I know. And the quests, I don't know if they really help you that much, because in order, see, the thing about it is that though the quests are better, you're also introducing vampires to all the fucking fights around it. So it's like better quest rewards but harder battles as a result, because not only do you introduce an entire extra unit, but all the other units, they gain vampirism too. For better or for worse. Like, sometimes it's good that the fights last longer, but that extra damage that you take can also be a pain in the ass to deal with. There was also like another horror movie I saw a long time ago now called It Follows, because I like heard about it like on the internet and stuff, and I got a chance to watch it with some friends during my studies at some point. Use that one. And there were like some really weird rules to that horror entity. It's basically like an invisible entity that only you can see if it's following you. Everyone else cannot see it. Now, the entity can interact with the environment and people around it that it's not following. And the way that the reason why it follows you is, or how it starts following you, is if you have sexual intercourse with someone who is already following. Meaning that you pass it on from one to the next. So a horror-based STD basically, except, you know. And the thing that makes it scary is that even if you pass it on to someone else, which again requires sexual intercourse, making it could make it a bit tricky to deal with, because you're getting followed by this thing while also having to seek out a sexual relationship to the point of like passing it on or whatever. And even then, if you pass it on, the thing that makes it so fucked is that if it ends up killing the person that you passed it on to, it'll go back to following the next in line. Meaning that at any point in time, if you were to just bang someone and not keep up to date with their whereabouts and if they would even be alive anymore, the entity would eventually return to you and kill you in your sleep, basically, or whenever you least expect it. Now in the movie, of course, the entity is always discovered before it gets to that point of getting like so close to someone that it kills them, giving them a chance to run away, of course. But it's like there's so many flaws with that whole entity and how its rules work that it just hurts. Because like the first people that were affected with this situation, how did they keep surviving for long enough to have sexual intercourse to the point where this entity still exists? How many people are living in fear because of this entity? Because of course there's the people in the movie. There we go, Ransack Village. There's like the people in the movie, of course, but of which we know that it follows. But what about all the other people? Like, it basically has a guy that it follows, and he then bangs one of the main characters that we follow around, that then ends up herself being followed, and he just abandons her. And turns out that his entire life has become a mess because he's living in constant fear of this entity killing him. But he also got it from somewhere, right? And like, what about those people? Are they also living in fear? How far back can you go? And if there's like 10 people in line, what about that person at the beginning of the thing? If they pass away from like some other incident, then it just jumps to the next one, regardless. That might be like the 11th person. And how far back are people gonna keep tabs on every single person they have affected? Because let's say you affect one person, then you know about that person being followed by it. And you technically only have to worry about that person, true. But that person might pass it on to someone else. So what if we just split up into person 1, 2, and 3? Now, it's on person 3 right now, but person 2 dies for some other reason. Then person 1 will live in constant fear about it following them, but then it never appears, and leaving them completely confused, thinking the curse might be lifted. And then the third person dies, like maybe a few months later, because it finally catches up or whatever. And then the first person is like trying to get back into normal life, and then very quickly the whole line of succession just instantly breaks, and the whole thing stops, I would say. Yeah, movie logic. I don't know. Because like at some point, you know, all the affected people are gonna be dead. At which point this whole entity doesn't really have any reason to exist, and then what? And it's also like the entity always finds a way to follow you, so there's no escaping. And I remember there being like a bunch of other things that just didn't make sense. I think our current shield is still better, even though this is like many levels higher. So our skeleton level is fairly low, so if I switch this out, it's even lower. Might even be worth switching out for this book just to get a much higher. Yeah, I think that might actually be a good idea. Then we can use this, no problem. Since it also gives you max skeletons. Like, I'm getting the fucking max skeleton run this time around. Should we get rid of that camp of goblins? I mean, they're not in range of a mansion. If they were, that would be a problem because they have such high attack rates that even if they don't do that much damage, they do so many attacks that they still heal a bunch. Before you get to take them out. Oh yeah, these in here should be meadows as well. There's no bookery until we get all the way around, so these cards kind of just have to be used on something. But yeah, it's like horror movie logic always has like an issue with me whenever, or I have an issue with them when they try to introduce all these rules and how the entities function. Because it tends to be that the more complex they end up becoming, the more loopholes exists that breaks the logic to the point where the movie is contradicting itself sometimes when you're really paying attention. And then that just takes it out of for me, so meh. Whenever the hero receives direct damage, each allied skeleton has a 15% chance to attack immediately, which is really good. So basically a 15% counter attack, but for each skeleton. So if you have 4 skeletons, that's 4 instances of 15%, right? Which is pretty good. This only affects skeletons if they kill stuff and gives them a damage and health buff, but by that time you tend to win the fight regardless. And this is only affected once a loop. You get like a limited free higher quality skeletons, which I had never tried this, but unless they were like 5 or 6 times as strong as a regular skeleton, I don't see any reason to take this. Because if they just die within the first fight, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they all persist. Human fear is mostly from the unknown and unpredictable stuff. Exactly. That's a pretty good way to put it, I would say. And It Follows really illustrates this by having this unknown entity. No one, like, it's never explained why it's following anyone. It's just like able to catch up to people no matter where they are, no matter how much they try to barricade themselves. And I don't even seem to recall that the movie doesn't even explain the origins of the entity, because it's supposed to be like a story where the people in it are just affected by the circumstances and explaining stuff from their perspective. Meaning that the guy who starts out with having it following him explains to the woman through like a message that, oh yeah, by the way, I left you in this car after we banged and drugged you, and this mystical entity is following you, and this is what you need to be careful about, and so forth. And there is also a flashback, I believe. But the thing that's like really peculiar about this entity, of course, is that the people who are passing it on are also interested in informing the person they're passing it on to, meaning that there's a lot of planning involved apart from just trying to bang them. So you can't just, you know, yeah, it's just so much involved. Yeah, oh, what a nice guy. Yeah, exactly. Because it's like he's desperate to pass it on, so he's like, you know, living in constant paranoia and making him seem like a weirdo. So how he managed to, you know, get her attention to the point where she just wanted to bang him, I don't know. It seems weird to me. There's just no way that with how the entity just randomly appears out of nowhere that you would have enough time to like do anything about it. And you can't have a normal life. You can't do a a job where you're not moving around a lot because everything has to be planned out. And we know from real life how you know, you can't plan out your life like that. It's impossible. There's always going to be so many unexpected things that happen that it seems so improbable that it just, yeah, doesn't make any sense. One defense for every card in player's hand. Oh. Can it interfere with you while you have sex? Technically, yes. And that's the like oh yeah, what was it? How was it again? Like, it's also like you can't pass it on to someone who's already being followed or have been followed by it, which is like if, like what? Like I don't remember if the movie explains that. I think it does, but like, what happens if we assume 3 people, right? The first is a female, second is a guy, the third is a female, maybe 4 people or whatever, but doesn't really matter. Like, does it matter what gender you're having intercourse with, how you're having intercourse? Does it have, like, what part of the intercourse thing is it that does it? Is it because it's unprotected, like, you know, sex? Or there's like so many ways that you can have sex, and it's considerate that, like, where do you draw the line? And what if you make a loop of people, like 3 people? Will it start haunting the first person again if that coincidentally happens, you know, because people sleep around or whatever? What a curious question. I mean, just, you know, hypothetically, or like a threesome, that's another one, because I guess the person who sees it first, of course, it's very unlikely that the person wanting to pass it on would somehow manage to get into a threesome, but you know. Or what if you pass it on to a hooker and that hooker somehow manages to pass it on to a mirror, like some random person and stuff that also passes on to a person. I mean, sure, eventually it'll just reach back to you if you're not paying attention. So I guess the concept is also that you want to pass it on to someone that where you like have a good idea of how far it'll travel away from that person, if that makes any sense. Because you do want to have like some sense of control over it. So many plot holes. Haha, haha. Very funny. But yes. And it's like, in the end of the movie, they're like trying to fight it or something. And something swimming pool, something water. There was something about that because of course you can see it move in the water. What you're drinking, boy? It's a Monster Energy Punch. You want, like, I can do like a whatever, you know, those, the yellow ones, or sand colored, I guess it would be. Because Rema 1000 for some reason have stopped selling the pink ones. And I actually thought that they had just gone out of production entirely, but unless they were leftover stock, I managed to find some in Fruitix a couple days ago. So, not too sure what all that is about. But yeah, it isn't sand color on stream, more like white and red. Yeah, that makes sense. Oops. May have triggered the boss fight. Okay. Saturation. Is it really that bad? I mean, there's a bit of shine to it. I mean, on my preview, it looks very sand colored. Sure, it's reflective, but I would say. But the monster logo is like a red color. So unless you have like your own monitors sort of fucked up, and I don't know. I mean, I'm watching, okay, I guess I'm watching it on my, what do you call it, other monitor that has like more yellow colors. But yeah, the purchases for Rema and Vertex may thought they'd shake it up a bit. I don't know, they tend to have been selling this, I mean, you've been able to buy the same stuff in both places, so that's part of what surprises me. I can you also get yellow items from these? Yeah, I don't know. I just haven't been able to find the pink ones in Rema 1000. Rema 1000. I do definitely prefer those. You'll have to resort to 7-Eleven. I don't know. Should we do some Streamraiders actually? I don't know if you... I don't remember if you played that Power Dude, but I do have that actually on a second monitor ready to go. The only reason... Well, I guess we might as well try now because we have 2 retry tokens. But like yesterday I was streaming as well and we did this boss fight 3 times over and we failed all 3 times. So... Because this Mr. Whiskers kicked our ass. Now it's only level 1 though, so it might be way more doable. Wow, I like that. Yeah, the text in Loop Hero kind of messes up whenever you go off. And like it whenever you minimize it. What is the tempo? Let it boost all nearby ally damage and deals 2x damage to the undead. Okay. Well, I'll try this. And if that's not good enough, then I'll try and do something even stronger. But we do need like some kind of rogue again to take out those. And boy is already in here as I expected. This time we will beat Mr. Whiskers. This map is so fucking random though. Like, in case you don't know, Pow Dude, but this map has like an inconspicuous rock up here that has 9,000 hit points and 9,999 damage, and it says, just a rock, nothing to see here, don't ask games devs about it, okay? Just enjoy your game and stop asking about this inconspicuous rock. Now, once or twice, I think it only happened, might only have happened actually once yesterday, but all of a sudden the cat will like run up to the top right corner of the screen, start attacking this inconspicuous rock, and then it'll blow up and kill both it and the cat immediately. Oh wow, it has like no hit points today. Yesterday it had like 2,000 or something. This is nothing. 8 damage. What? Okay, we'll do this, no problem, right? 1900 less, I think. Yeah, the fun kind of like does some weird shit when I'm off screen, and I can't like I can play it in a window mode, but not in like full screen window unless I do it through Steam. Oh yeah, by the way, if you want to see like how old school they were trying to go, like you can put a CRT shader in this thing. Doesn't that look nice? Makes the whole screen curved inward and adds a bunch of scan lines to everything. There's also dyslexia friendly fonts, which according to iPeak don't matter whatsoever. It's like, oh, I can all of a sudden, like, I can read video and like continue and stuff. It's like, oh, I can't read that thing says select save slot. What he said to me was pretty funny. Just plug in a CRT monitor. Oh wait, they weigh a ton. Yeah. Am I contemplating if we should just put down this forest up here? Yeah, I should, probably should. Oh, we got some rings. Why does this give me so much less skeleton level? I know it gives me some in quality. But, I do think I want to use that though, because the quality should be better than the level, I assume. Or rather, having both quality and level would be better than level alone. Let's not use this book though. Old days, there was a good reason to place your computer in the corner of the room, because it also needed a lot of space behind it. Jeez. Yeah. That's true. And then there's me and my room growing up. Had like a TV in the middle of the room because it was very spacious. It was an older school TV sitting on like a TV trace, but it was a smaller one though, so you know, not as big of a deal, no pun intended. But definitely. iPeak has like a really nice old school monitor or TV at his place though. Very good for playing old school game consoles on, which is also what he uses it for, of course. It's a good time. We have so many meadows. Need to make use of this stuff. iPeak within 14-inch. It's like there was an old lady who needed to get rid of her old B&O TV and was just had like a listing on it. I mean, no, iPeak as in, you know. But there was an older lady who had like a listing of with like an old B&O TV that she needed to get rid of, and she didn't want anything for it. Or actually, was it the TV? I think it was the TV. I can't remember which way around it was. Because he also picked up a... oh shit, maybe that was a bad idea. He also picked up a... or what's it called? A VHS recorder, that's what it was called. Damn. Whatever, okay, people do. But yeah, so she basically just wanted someone to come and pick it up. And she was like asking my friend, well, what are you gonna use this old thing for? Oh, you know, old retro games and stuff. Oh, here's a new enemy. The world is in agony. The cosmos burns in the flames of the void. We are left with nothing but ashes in our hands. Another vampire maddened by its first? Madness. It obviously is. Even our memories were taken from us. Why do you think we were allowed to keep our minds? But even the first fades in the face of my discovery. The books filled with knowledge showed me all that we lost. This pitiful shack that we call our world is not even a fraction of what the world truly is. The books still contain the knowledge of the world, Please tell me where I can find them. All memories and information is very important right now. Incredibly important, I agree. Knowledge can help one bend the laws of the universe. That's what we call magic. I can clearly see your place in the chaos. This chaos. Do you know why everything around you is trying so hard to kill you? The natural order of things, I guess. Hunger, fear, and despair. It's quite enough to drive anyone into a blind frenzy. Everything around knows you must die. Existence itself tells us this. It screams in terror each time you take a new step or draw another breath. I won't suffer your existence any longer. With all due respect, I don't need anyone's permission to exist. They give like a little bit of a banter whenever you, like dialogue and banter whenever you encounter like new units. Let's see, Legacy transforms into a tome after being killed, and she has the power of vampirism as well. So she does pure damage, meaning she bypasses, like 30% of her damage bypasses defense. What about looking for an Amiga 500 or 1000? You can still find them. Alright. What's all this nonsense about the world and my death? There are already too many problems to keep inventing the new ones. Magical ways of knowing about the past and the future are often fake. It's no surprise so many mages go insane. Especially now, when going insane doesn't take much effort at all. Okay. So we also got this level 7 book. Don't really think I should use this because I would take a too big of a hit on the skeleton level. But yeah, it was a pretty interesting discovery I made with him at some point, because like he'd gotten the TV and had it set up and all, but he hadn't really messed around with the calibration of the TV to see what you could do, other than like some of its base functionalities. Like it's a really high quality TV, no like indication that it's been in use almost. And it's got like some really weird features, like for instance there's on the TV remote you can rotate the TV monitor on the stand that it's like mounted onto, so that the screen rotates left and right. And the reason why I'm talking about calibration is because I asked him why he hadn't been calibrating like his TV monitor colors and such, because that's like the first thing I did when I bought my big TV. And it's like one of the main things that I recommend anyone who buys a new monitor or TV to do, is to look at what color calibration settings you have and get it calibrated correctly, because it can greatly improve like the viewing experience. And for most cases like a one-time deal. And for this TV, it actually turned out that there was a like it's got built-in speakers, of course, because B&O. But it turns out that it actually had some audio settings built into it where you could switch the... I am actually not entirely sure what you change, but you basically change the audio mode for the speakers. And there's 3 different ones. And for whatever reason, one of the modes is like really good. Like it's very bassy, and I don't, it's you know, sound is hard to explain, but it feels like the sound has a lot of punch to it, or like, yeah, it's just really good. Sounds like SRS. Wow. SRS. I don't know what that is. What is SRS? Supplemental restraint system? Mercedes-Benz? I get some car related things you'd have to explain. Oh, SRS, wow. Okay. Sound retrieval system. It's a patented psychoacoustics 3D audio processing technology. Okay, is that what you're talking about? Many TV sets employ built-in SRS to make their built-in audio system sound bigger. Okay. I don't know. It's an old school way of expanded stereo. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's very impressive actually. Yeah, and that's the thing, like the sound is so good on this TV that IP literally, like one of the first things that came to his mind was like, I gotta like fucking hook up my like a music system to this just to try and play some music through this. And it's like so good that it like it cannot compete like any of the other music playing devices at his place pretty much. To the point where it's like worth actually using the TV as a media center in that way. I thought you meant expand it. Just a typo. Old Sony Bravia, I could hold a party with those speakers. Yeah, and the same is true for this TV. Like you can turn the volume up and the sound doesn't get like become terrible and such. It's like really good. And as you say, you can hold a party with it. Wasn't even CRT, it was 1080p LCD. Alright. See, the thing is, mountain and rock tiles, they increase your hit points, right? But they don't affect your summons hit points. So at this stage, they don't really help you at all. They kind of just, like if you're already like taking a lot of damage and that's not your problem or the solution to get more hit points. It would be to like take out the enemy in better ways or get evasion or something to that tune. The new monitors have nothing short of shit sound, some of them are truly ear-tearing. Yeah, but then again, like, who buys a monitor or TV screen these days almost without having like a dedicated sound system to go with it? I know for my TV I do use like a I just use the built-in stuff, but if I could afford it I would probably have a separate set of speakers. But for my needs, my TV does at least produce a decent enough sound. Of course, sound is still always subjective, and I've gotten so used to the sound coming from the speakers on my PC that if it doesn't sound, you know, remotely close to that sound, then it feels like a worse audio quality, subjectively, you know. We're definitely taking some damage, and we have 3 out of 6 potions left. At least we're healing 167 hit points every in-game day, which is nice. We got some really nice cards though. Oh, and we also have a perk. We get a full hand of Oblivion cards to just start nuking things. We also split out our hit points, but that's... like any damage we get now gets split out between our skeletons. YOLO. And the reason why I say YOLO is that it tends to just end up killing your skeletons faster and then doing worse as a result. But hopefully this is gonna be good. Not much base left though. Kind of just taking it up all of it. next fight though. 4K TVs or gaming monitors with built-in speakers, and I know we have the almost exact same gaming monitor and the speakers are serviceable. Yeah, I mean I have dedicated speakers for it, but I've also had those speakers for like a ridiculously long time at this stage. I should probably have used the thicket, oh well. Die, you bastards. Nowhere I can put down meadows anymore to gain extra bonuses. No. And then we just gotta start worrying about that setup up there. Since we don't really have room for or reason to put down any more enemy buildings either. Guess we'll just focus on getting as many perks out of these as we can. Oh, we got another bookery. Another hookery. Wow. When in doubt, hook it out. We will put one down here, but it doesn't really help us. Oh, if we put it here, that could eventually do so. Unfortunately, the effects of these chrono crystals doesn't stack, so... So like in here where they overlap, that doesn't give me twice as much as far as I know. Still love the fucking music in this game though. And another one. Thicket. There are the ghouls. They all have vampirism, of course, because of the vampire die. But there are other reasons to like increase the amount of enemies you face other than for the synergy bonuses or whatever. Because if you face off against enough enemies, you get these Orb of Expansion. And those are used for a lot of things. And since it's the only way you can acquire them, as far as I know, like not even random resource drops will give you Orbs of Expansion, well, that basically means that if you don't actively seek them out, you just don't get any. Oh yeah, Loop Hero is also turn-based, I hate that too. Well, I guess it's a turn-based, but I mean it's an auto-battler, so it's not like you have to take turns. And it's not really because, it's not really turns either, it's your attack speed, so it just means that the higher attack speed you have, the more frequent your character gets to do actions, so it's not really that different from in, you know, playing an MMO or anything to the tune of that either. At least that's what I would argue. Some mad Irishman entered the chat. Well, he hasn't necessarily entered the chat, he might just be on Streamraiders. I do get a lot of people that I have never seen interact in the stream chat, but I've seen them multiple times in Streamraiders. They might also be lurking, you know, but that's also something I don't pay attention to, because I don't want to, like, I want to allow people to lurk and not be called out for it. Lurkers. Because not everyone's interested in the interactivity of a Twitch chat. And I can respect that, because I'm feeling the exact same way. And I also know that some of my viewers have like been watching my streams while at work, so those are also instances that make a lot of sense where you can't exactly interact anyway. So the Bookery works really well if you have weak fields in your deck and vampire mansions and all this other stuff where you might not want to put down more, because you can at least convert them. And the only thing that does mean is that while you don't have cards that are converted to something you actually need, they just end up taking up space. Now this is sad. This is really sad. Okay, so notice the shape of this ring, right? You can get this ring at level 1 of this rarity, and it'll do the exact same. Meaning that I just found out now, I guess, that even at level 7 it doesn't give you more max skeleton. So in other words, if you start out the game with this ring, it's just as good as if you got it like 6 loops in, which can mean one of two things. Either it's just so powerful that it doesn't need like to be better, because having 1 extra skeleton is like a pretty big force multiplier, I would say, due to how it interacts with the skeleton level and summon quality. But it's like kind of shitty when it doesn't improve even this high up. Call them out for until land party and you'll get all your food paid by me. I'm not that poor, you know. At least I don't think I will be either. It's just the uncertainty of everything is making it a little bit questionable what the future looks like. And that's why the whole situation and everything. I've just been wanting to get all that sorted, but as I've said many times over, right? It's been kept being pushed every single time. It's just that now it doesn't seem to get pushed anymore. Especially with the latest statement from that press meeting. They said that they don't expect any like reoccurring lockdown after like here in autumn. So in other words, meaning that I also don't assume we'll be getting any more help packages, as they call them, right? Don't count the coffee table. Oh, sorry, poor guy who can't afford the cheapest table in IKEA, right? I could. It's just that I've been prioritizing my money into other places. Ooh, this is a really cool one. This is like the kind of book that you want earlier on, but if this were like a level 8 item, I think it would be really good. But because it's not, it's at level. Because yes, it does add another max skeleton to my spawn cap, but if they end up dying before I get to spawn them all, then it doesn't matter. Oh shit, that was a bad placement. No. Oh well. Boss time. I definitely feel the poke in my left arm now. It's feeling sore. My arm's not particularly getting heavy, but that muscle definitely doesn't carry much well anymore. Oh, she hot. Yeah, okay. She produces these glass-stained mirrors that acts as a shield for her, and they reflect damage. And occasionally she also summons in these invincible angels. I'll have my own invulnerable units because they are ranged and as such cannot be targeted. Oh yeah, we're like fucking wrecking her. Jeez. But I read up on the lore on her because you can go to the encyclopedia and get some additional lore on all the enemies but also the bosses, which is kind of cool. We get all these mets. Oof, I kind of don't want to progress further in because we are already full on stable metal, so there's no reason to continue. Retreat. And we have like not just a lot of good items, resources, but also good items. But yeah, you can go like into this thing here. Oh, and that's like what some of these things that you can harvest like are about. But you can get on all this lore extended. So you start out with just a description, but then you get some lore in free parts that you have to gradually unlock by investing resources. And it's like talks about this priestess here being like the best of them or whatever. She's the most devoted, and she goes out on these quests basically in the name of their deity, like in the name of God or whatever. And somehow she always manages to get back. Sometimes she gets hurt, but she always manages to get back somehow. And this is like told from the perspective of one person who is like admiring her. And then she ends up, like Sigma doesn't end up returning, and this person in their diary write that they don't feel well and stuff. And then eventually it turns out that the reason why this priestess keeps returning is because she reincarnates in the bodies of the people that look up to her. So this woman who's writing this diary turns into Sigma as her reincarnation, and that's how she gets to propagate. So basically, yeah, she takes on her shape. And the person in question in this lore book also sort of morphs into this Sigma person, hair turning grayish white and all that stuff. Okay, so how many guys do we have in here? 16. Okay. Well, question is how many? We have a lot of melee units, so I'm wondering if we should put down this just to wait, is this a that's for 30 seconds. Okay, it persists on the battlefield. That's what I wanted to know. I wanted to make sure that it's not one of those that like the haste buff gets like consumed and then it only affects the people that you target with it. So if you just place it out in the open, it kind of just goes to waste. Oh yeah, this is like not even close to how easy, like hard it was. Okay, so it goes up there when it basically goes to low hit points, bashes the rock, and then it just... What is this fight? And we still have to take out this other trash, but yesterday there were like high-level toads all over the map as well as these rocks, and when you broke these rocks they would like spawn some random crap, and the cat had like thousands of hit points. It's just... this is laughable. Especially because the whole time progressing up to the boss yesterday, we had no issues. And then we get to the boss and we just get curb stomped, even though we had like plenty of units of like high quality stuff. At least from what I could tell, but it's just that the cat would one-shot all our melee units, and if you didn't put down melee units it would just go for the range units, which would also be one-shotted even faster. So there was like no way of winning it because you couldn't... I guess you would have to spread out all your units so that you would gradually take down the hit points of the cat, but then it's like, what? I guess tanks wouldn't do you any good. Anyway, before you get a flying rogue scroll. Everyone gets some coins and we get to move on to a new map. Just a giant glove. Is that that's a jawline there? What the fuck? It must be like the dungeon floor of some old decrepit place. Okay, so if we want that blue chest, we have to start on the top line. I think that's a no-brainer. Just a billion worms and some rats. Okie dokie. Well, I don't think there's like any, unless there's some like weird ass mechanics, but you guys put down your units at least, and I don't really think it matters what you put down as long as we have enough to take down the enemies. But yeah, there you go. Placing an epic musketeer. Awesome. It's definitely gonna help. There we go. Okay, so all these green arrows indicate that those buildings can be upgraded. Yeah, so this building doesn't really help us. What about, do we have, no. We need more of those orbs of expansion, and then we need orb of unity. Separation made whole, a way to become more than just a sum of your components. Order made from chaos. Okay. And a warehouse would also be interesting, but that also requires the orbs. Same goes for these towers, which apart from helping us out around our campsite, will also increase our furniture like capacity here. But we have plenty of that, so I'm not too worried. Oh yeah, this is probably also why we were curve stomping her. I got 2 of these. Each of them increases the damage done to a boss by 4%, so given all the skeletons, that's probably why I was going by so fast. Okay, don't really care much for max HP because we get that through other means. Defense for every card in your player's hand. So that just means that the more cards you sort of stack up, the better this item becomes, I guess. Suppose we could get rid of another max HP thing in the favor of this. Because you can switch these artifacts out back and forth as much as you want. You can increase the amount of items you can equip by like if we were to build more mud huts, we could increase that capacity, which... Is there any good reason to do that right now? I think we might as well. Oh, I just noticed we can't build the houses in this direction. What? How come? Eh? Why is that not allowed, but in the other direction it is? Because we can build an extension of this farm out here. Maybe it's like a weird thing with the left side of the map. Because I know like you can build more of these forests, but they can only be placed on the top part of the map. No, the farms cannot be extended further outwards either. Yeah? I might have to look that one up because this is weird. Wow, that game is bigger than I thought. Oh, Loop Hero? I mean, yeah, those still don't think it's anything. Yeah, probably not. But yeah, it's pretty large. I mean, when you start out here, like, this is where the roguelite mechanics sort of kick in, because all these resources are what you take back with you. Like, that's your primary progress. Which allow you to build buildings that unlock new cards and even classes. And other features like, as of course, being able to equip these camp items, which you also unlock the ability to craft the different categories. And I've just yesterday unlocked alchemy, where you can convert materials from one thing over to another too. Cards! I do want to figure out what the different materials do provide though. Just for the sake of curiosity. There we go. Oh, okay, so that actually also tells me what the other ones do. Very well then. Yeah, I assume those would give me a lot. And there's these. There's even something I haven't even discovered, but now I can synthesize using hydrogen. For some reason it's hydrogen. According to the alchemist, it's like everything is made out of, like the basic material is hydrogen, aka we can make everything out of it. In the end. So it will consume 66. Ooh, this is really nice. Well, what was the stuff we needed to build that building then? The river. Of course it would require these, which are, yeah, as expected, super expensive. And you only get 25 out of these, but I think maybe it might be worth decomposing all this rock, because I tend to get quite a lot of it due to all the mountains I place. Down to like a good 20 or something along this line. Same with these books, because you gain the fragments for these whenever you have too many cards on your hand, so any excess cards become converted into this material. The same with any excess items in your inventory get converted into metal. So that's like part of a way to like farm this, by just getting a ton of items. But it's not entirely wrong. In the early universe there was nothing but helium and hydrogen, so how did the other stuff get there? Yeah, exactly. But this whole game is about like what would you even call it? Like a mass, not even extinction event, but like total annihilation event, where everything, like all of reality, gets completely destroyed. Not even the memories of like things that existed have survived, except you start out like remembering things, and that's how you get into the game, is that you find yourself on this looped path and you start to remember stuff, and that's the explanation on how like all the things when you're on that game mode sort of comes into effect, and then you return to here and all of a sudden like refugees have appeared out of nowhere, and slowly but surely as you remember more things, more stuff can manifest into back into reality and become solid. And that's why whenever you go back out into the field, like all that stuff that you did on your last run gets forgotten, but parts of it stays, like all these resources for instance, and the stuff that you learn you get to take back with you, but the world that you remembered stops, like ceases to exist. So it's like in here, picking up resources like a stick from the ground, and they'll just eventually evaporate until you get far enough to the point where they have like a stable forest that they can actually harvest stuff from. That kind of thing. I really do enjoy that that way of them explaining the oh, so this is why the river has to go out here. Okay, I see. Oh, okay, it builds the entire river. Never mind. Can't believe it, I got enough questions about this thing to fill a river. What? I love all these explanations on why everything is random on each run. They're very creative very often. Yes. I refer to other roguelikes as well. I assumed this much. To fill an ocean, you mean? There are no more oceans in the world. The river is the biggest body of water there is. How are we even supposed to know about the ocean? Just look at it. All this water is coming from nowhere and goes into nothing. Is it the same water circling around, or is something constantly creating new matter? I have no idea. Do you want to see if it's good for swimming? Of course. What? Okay. And that unlocks the river card. And also the bridge here. Unlocks the ability to keep the river going under the road during an expedition in the camp. Cannot be built on the river bends. Okay. Don't know if we can... Hey, we might actually be able to afford this if we just sacrifice something else in return. Just because those are a pain in the ass to acquire. Very nice. Always liked bridges, but I remembered that only now. Yeah, me too. A river with a bridge is a good sign of civilization. I guess there is a place for them in my expeditions. Here's a positive thought for you. If now we need structures just to traverse the land, that means our world is not as empty as it used to be. I see it as a good sign. Yeah. Okay, so I think that I still haven't unlocked all of the tiles or cards or whatever you want to call it, but it's pretty good. Also, you can upgrade buildings, which is like long-term stuff, I would assume. Oh, I did also increase my capacity in these items. Your hero is also hot. Okay. No homo, I guess. River. Doubles the effect of adjacent landscape tiles. Definitely want to try those. I don't think I want to use the wheat fields. Don't know about the vampire mansions either. Oh wait, it's a dude? Impressive. Yeah, I was also a little bit confused to begin with because I was also looking at it and like thinking, what gender is this character? Because it looks very gender neutral, similar to how Link is like in The Legend of Zelda. This series is designed in the same way. He's supposed to be like barely gender neutral looking, I guess you could say, to make him more appealing or easier to identify as from the perspective of different genders. Do I want to keep the vampire mansions? Probably in order to get those compressed battles. But yeah, there's like 3 classes I have access to. As far as I know, these are the only ones in the game. So you can be a warrior who's very tanky. You can be a rogue that relies on crit damage and doesn't have as much HP as a side effect. And then you can be the necromancer. And then there's different chapters, which I've made it to chapter 3, but it's one of those things where, like, if I go to chapter 3, I might want to, like, retreat preemptively before the boss because of me dying otherwise. Oh, like those official gender-neutral emojis. They're frighteningly well made. I can't decide their gender. Okay. Let's get an arsenal. Just look in Messenger. Meh. But yeah. It's like also, it's definitely a skill for sure accomplishing something that looks very gender neutral. Like, you probably already know about this, but let's see. Oh, maybe, hold on. It's like, I know it's a mature audience, but I do seem to recall that I don't have my, like, I don't have a not safe for work filter on, so I was just about to make an oopsie. How do you even turn that on? Or maybe I shouldn't show the browser? Why? Is it search settings? Ah, there we go. Turn on safe search. Because like you said, if you haven't turned on safe search, yes. But like, for instance, there's Venti from Genshin Impact. And a lot of people think that it's a girl, both when they encounter him in game and see him outside. Yeah, but that's a boy. Yes. But when they see when people like people have to sort of discover that it is a boy. And I would agree that Venti is very feminine, so even for a guy. Or even though he's considered a guy, I guess you would say. It's probably his eyes and the way he moves and talks. Maybe, I don't play Genshin. I mean, he's also voice acted by a woman. So it's like this weird situation where it is technically the voice of a woman put onto a male character to be sounding like a prepubescent boy or something. I mean, they definitely did it on purpose. There's no doubt about that. That's not even like up for discussion. Absolutely. A vampire mansion. Ah, my arm is so sore when I reach up to stretch my body. I know, dude. I know. I can type just fine. Yeah. The good thing is that it's gonna be like that for 2 to 3 days, if not more. At least it wasn't my case. It wasn't actually that bad on my first, I guess, injection or whatever. On the day, but then it got like worse on the second day afterwards. I just remember it being such a fucking pain. Literal pain, of course. Oh, maybe I should have put those out in the open. I guess I need to figure out how to best deal with the river tiles now. Speaking of which, here we have one. Because it doubles the effect of... Oh, you can only put those out in the... Oh, okay. Ah. Okay, I thought you could place these anywhere. 5% chance of spawning a slime once a day. Oh, that's the road, derp. Oh, probably because they have to start at the edge and then build inwards. That would make much more sense. So if I want them to affect these tiles, I need to extend it all the way out from the edge downwards. That's probably it. I didn't feel anything on the first day, but the next 3 were horrible. Helps to use a Powerball if you got any. It's a training device. Meh. Just suck it up and don't think about it. It'll go away eventually. I actually had the most trouble when sleeping because when I'm sitting down like this, my arm has like support, but when you're sleeping, at least I tend to get in some weird positions, and that just touches the, like, or manipulates the muscles into like certain positions that make them hurt more. If that makes any sense. Whereas right now, there's nothing like pressing against the muscles. Oh great, so I'll have trouble sleeping. Well, that's a new one. Actually, I need to look up what the fucking river synergizes with. Because I really want to know. Just to be absolutely clear. River. Let's see. Blah blah blah. So you can place it next to a sand dune or a desert to transform it into an oasis. You can place it next to a battlefield that transforms it into a shipwreck tile. You can do it next to any road tile to turn it into a reed tile. And you can put it onto a wasteland to turn it into a bridge tile. And I'm not using the sand dunes. The oasis does what? Minus 0.5% to the hero's attack speed and minus 1% attack speed to all other creatures. Right, so that just means I summon the skeletons slightly slower, but then all my skeletons and the enemies will be much slower as a result. From only the name, it could be some new game in the Guitar Hero franchise, and the logo doesn't help. What? Oasis? What? I guess I missed that one. So the shipwreck spawns a siren once per loop, spawns a chest once per loop, no mimics. And enemies on adjacent tiles may become ghosts. So basically the same way as it normally works, except the chests are always gonna be just that, chests. Oh, loop hero. I guess. So what's so special about these guys? Hard hitting enemies that can summon jellyfish, more enemies, blah blah blah. Oh well. Could be a game about mixing, but there's already a game called DJ Hero. So, though it could have been, that already does kind of exist, so, you know. I wonder if you can have the river split into multiple paths, or if it has to be one continuous. At least with this game, I only have to really press space with my left hand, so it's not that big of an issue. Yeah, I actually have that, and it's iffy. So many weak game elements. I'd rather play Guitar Hero. I guess. Which we've never played that at a LAN party for some reason. It's like one of those games that we would always play at the LAN parties that I usually have been to in the past. Speaking is hard. But then again, I could also see why it might not be everyone's cup of tea in the local LAN group or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I think you know what I'm talking about. Luckily I also have Guitar Hero free with a working guitar. Well, both iPeak and I have multiple working guitars. And we both have pretty much... Well, I don't have all the games, I don't think he has all the games too, but combined we do have all the games for the Xbox at least. The 360, of course. Of course. Another river tile. Okay, I guess we'll be trying to put it down here and see what happens. Huh. Have World Tour 2 and all is for PC. I see. No pun intended. For PC though, you could just play Guitar Hero free and do it as like a modded thing. You could have literally any song. Though, now that I think about it, didn't the modders kind of like... I think the modders switched over to... whatchamacallit, to World Tour actually. Have you got any idea how few PC bundles they made with a guitar included? Well, I don't really have an issue with that because all mine are wireless Xbox dongle compatible controllers, and I have a dongle for my PC, so I can use all my controllers for PC. I know iPeak, he prefers to use wired controllers that are USB capable, so he can also use those anywhere. I can't remember if he uses if they are Rock Band controllers or guitar. I think they're Guitar Hero controllers. You can also use the Rock Band game controllers. But yeah, getting a controller these days is virtually impossible, since they're no longer being produced. So you can pretty much only get aftermarket controllers at this point. Controller is actually just an Xbox 360 controller with a USB adapter, but it's bought for PC. Okay. I see. Yeah, mine can't be wired, so... I do seem to recall that they're compatible with the, I don't know what you call that, but the extension systems that were made for like the Xbox 360 controllers and stuff, so you can attach things to them if you really have that stuff. Okay. Well, that's pretty useful at least. I don't have any of that kind of stuff to allow mine to be able to do it at least. But I have the controller, speaking. I have the one from Guitar Hero free for the Xbox 360, and then I have 2 World Tour guitars, but one of them doesn't work too well. You need like some repairs in order to be completely functional. Okay, so I think you can only put this Okay, so you cannot have a splitting path. Okay, that's good to know. That was the effect of adjacent landscape tiles. Alright. Well, I guess then I have to reconsider how I do this thing down here. Hello, Streamraiders. Just do this fine, then take a look at Streamraiders. Don't know if you can buy the USB converters loose. Yeah, it's also like with the dongles, those were already, when I bought mine, were already really hard to acquire because like Microsoft did sell the dongles as a standalone thing, but they only did that for like a very limited supply, and a lot of places weren't stocking those. So chances of you even being able to buy it within Europe was really slim. Like I remember when having to try and find one, you could get one from the US, but you know, that would be exceedingly expensive. And I ended up buying one off of Amazon, which turned out to be like a Chinese knockoff, which ended up not working at all, even fresh out of the package. But I did end up getting like an official dongle, like a while later though, as a standalone, I think. Yeah, I think it was a standalone. I can't quite remember, because the reason why I'm mentioning the standalone thing is because you could buy the dongles in Denmark as well, but you had to buy it alongside a regular Xbox 360 controller. And when I was looking to acquire a dongle, I already had like 2 to 3 controllers, so there was literally no reason for me to buy the packaged thing, or the bundled thing, because, you know, what do I need another controller for? The dying sound reminds me of a CAG thing. Yeah, I mean, it's a Wilhelm screen, one of them. Unless you're talking about the ooh. Or you get some nice archer scrolls. Ooh, a war beast upgrade. That's gonna come in handy. Yeah, the Wilhelm scream. They knew what they were doing. Okay, there's a lot of orcs here. Only unfortunate thing is that the Orc Slayer is like a legendary, and you don't get... I don't like using the legendary units unless it's actually necessary, because you don't get any scrolls for them. And since I can always put down an epic unit, I would like to have more access to a larger like variety of units that are upgraded. Let's get that sucker upgraded. But oh my god, it's an Andre. Hi Andre, how are you doing? It's been a while. To say the least. I haven't seen you for like what feels like ages. Hope you're doing okay. I know, of course, your living situation is probably making things a bit difficult for you, but it's good to see you. Yeah, 2 to 3 weeks. That's also what I was about to say, but I couldn't remember because like exactly, since I have seen you in chat, but like only here and there for like a few hours, and I couldn't quite recall how long ago that actually was. But it's good to see you here. Have you checked the Discord recently? Well, I guess since you're in here now, you haven't been here for a long time. I assume you also haven't been on Discord much, but what I would ask... think this one is really good. More attacks equals more damage equals less damage taken. Or more damage dealt. Alright, how a dude. Oh, I can get another +1 max skeleton ring. It's just like slightly higher level for no reason. Should have power today or tomorrow, and then we should be able to get some internet easily. Oh, is that your situation here? You don't have like those basic necessities? Ah, okay, you did see that. Cool. Yeah, I hope you like it. And get a chance to try it out at least. Where should we put this though? Contemplating putting it here. Yeah, let's do that. I don't want to convert any of these costs because they're all really good ones. Have a generator that's so loud that I can't think my own thoughts when I'm near it. Okay. Is it because you have like a power outage or something due to some kind of local situation? Or is it just because the building that you're in didn't have power yet? Alright. Because that does sound very sketchy. Okay, we've got another bookery. I think we're actually getting to that point where I need to consider switching out, like trying to get other cards instead of rivers, because they don't do anything on their own. So we don't synergize those rivers with anything. We're just getting a bunch of, well, rivers. We want to bring it down here though to double the blooming meadow effects. Just realized I haven't put down a single mountainous tile in this entire map yet. It also explains why we have so little hit points. That's fine. Oh, finally got a new book. Jeez. Ooh, what can you do? Some cool stuff at least. See if we can't hopefully take out these. No, it escaped. We get that one though. Even higher level book. So yeah, I figured out that if you put these ruins right after the campsite, that's like one of the best spots. But you do want to have like a one tile gap in between each so that they don't get the range support. These are like really cool to take out early on because they give those good items if you take them out before they run away. But you do want to have them at least one tile away from the camp as well, because if if when a boss fight starts, and if there's like some scorch worms right next to it, they will act as ranged supports. So, at least on the first boss, I noticed that was a thing. I don't think it matters for the second one, but I'm not really interested. I have no reason to try and figure out, at least. Let's put it that way. It's a little bit annoying that it doesn't tell you what the effects become because they're doubled. I think here will be a good spot. Something happened at the apartment building I'm staying at, and there's a very loud alarm going off. Oh, it stopped. That's nice. But what were you saying, like, why are you running off a generator in terms of power and stuff? Is that just like because they're doing some work, or is it because there's some kind of local environmental thing going on that's making you not have power? Because then I know that tends to be the case for some of my friends in the US during winter, where power lines will be like fucked over and stuff due to heavy snow and that kind of stuff. Just haven't got the cables needed for it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's such a weird one. Like, I've never like had to live an extended amount of time without power. I can't imagine what it's like to go through such a thing, especially if it's like during winter where temperatures drop really far down. Oh shit, that should actually have been in the middle. Yeah. Oh well. Contemplating where we can do stuff, because it's like we can put, I assume putting down the meadows next to the chrono crystals is gonna, like, that doubles their effect, right? Meaning that instead of producing 3 hit points, because it gets converted into a blooming meadow, they'll produce 6 hit points every day. But I assume it does the same if you put them next to a river. So we're currently gaining 88 hit points per day, so if I were to put a blooming meadow next to this, it would be 94, right? Should be. Okay, definitely does work like that. Super. So I take it that the doubling effect can stack with the chrono crystals, but I didn't actually like take note of it, so I don't know for sure. I hope it does. So you did one RimWorld stream, I guess it was testing everything out. Yeah, it was, what was I doing? Yeah, I was like testing medieval mods and stuff, but there's still some ways to go on that one, unfortunately. So it doubles the effect of adjacent landscaping tiles, so we make it up to 100, right? Ooh, they do stack. So because it's in this corner, it doubles this one's effect twice. Okay, that's good to know. But I don't think that's really worth it though, because you're using up so many tiles in order to achieve it. What do we have here? Resource cap and expedition is increased by 50%, or leaving 10%, or none of these are really good. We'll do the supplies though. It's good for me because then I'll have more time to get ready. Yes, you're probably right on that one. Okay, let's see here. Attack speed is 37%. So if it doubles the effect of that, it would be 41% on this one. And it does. So you can multiply it even more so. Very interesting. Because if you would start the colony right now, I would be way behind. Well, I guess. It all depends on a lot of things though. But you can still catch up if it's not too long far into the future, right? Should I maybe get some of these rocks invested into stuff? I probably should. We should get rid of that thing. Could, but catching up isn't fun. Yeah, I guess. Especially if it would be long streams. I've heard about the ideology expansion though, that apparently it can make the game very, very short if you're aiming for the new win condition. And it also seems to require you to abandon your colonies. Because you basically get an objective like to leave your colony in the hands of someone else, and then they like take over. And you only get to leave with a certain amount of pawns too. I think it was like 5 in the example I saw, so if they had like a colony of 12 people, you would only be able to take 5 people with you anyway. I could see that becoming a little bit of a hassle and a nuisance if you were trying to do TTK and respect people's, you know, personalized pawns. Because you won't be able to bring everyone along after all. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not too fond of that idea. But that's also what I've been hearing, is that apparently there's a lot of people that don't necessarily agree with some of the design decisions that were made for the ideology expansion. That they sort of introduced some elements that aren't really what people wanted. But it's like a weird thing, because like if you're looking through what all the streamers are doing too, it sort of paints this picture where no one wants to play in-game stuff because the game doesn't really support it, and endgame just ends up being a drag, like a long drawn out sort of boring situation, especially for a stream. And you know, if anyone, like my own streams are a pretty good indicator of that being definitely the case. Because I was feeling kind of bored as well by the end of the 1.2 colony. But I mean, still. Hey, Power Dude. Should I get more hit points? Let's put down some of those at least. All right. The cookery is broken. But they also introduced a lot of stuff with the 1.3 update into the base game, which people don't necessarily agree with. Like one of the things, for instance, being the old world ancient scrap that gets introduced everywhere on your map. And I definitely understand why. I mean, if you're trying to do a medieval run and you have all these ancient cars and shit that sit around, it doesn't necessarily fit what you're trying to go for in terms of your like what we would call it, like what the goal of your playing style would be or whatever. I guess I would have had to. I shouldn't have put that there. Oh, too late now. I could see that. It's a minor thing, and you can mod it away, of course, like mod it out of the game. But then there's all the things in the ideology expansion in terms of how ideologies function that just, like, it changes the way that the game is played to such a degree where you can like circumnavigate a lot of the stuff that's normally enforced in the game. And that's another thing that I personally also question a little bit. By the end of the 1.2 colony, we were so strong that you could let the game run 24/7 and you wouldn't lose. I mean, of course you're just exaggerating to make a point, but you're probably right. I know what you mean. The chance of us losing to a raid was non-existent. We do have to keep in mind though that we also were like everything was also nerfed heavily. So although that statement being true, if it weren't nerfed, we probably wouldn't be doing as well. Then again, like the amount of traits that some of the pawns had combined with all the gear they had was like way insane compared to what the base game normally expects. So it's not easy to make like a proper assessment on how serious it was. But you're probably right. Like me, yeah. Just like you. But that's also because the Fantasy Metals mod being so fucking OP broken. Which is why we're not running with that in the future. That will not be in the load order. That's the whole reason why I made the ore mod as well. Had like 40 traits and a shit ton of defense. Yes, and you still wanted to have a background, another trait that added even more on top of everything that you already had. Yes. Oh, 1 max skeletons? Nah, I think 3 for now is just okay. We need some other kind of items in order to get an upgrade. Or for it to be considered an upgrade. Let's nuke that building. Before the bookery converts my card into something that I don't need. But yeah, I also want to include Dragon's Descent, but it's just not been updated yet. Which kind of sucks. So Dragon's Descent is not 1.3 compatible as of last time I checked, at least. And then there's the matter of the medieval overhaul mod that I'm looking into trying. It does, and that's part of what I was testing as well, because that mod does so many different things, of which some are very questionable in like the way that it works. Some of the stuff that's added, making me wonder if like I need to make my own patch for it. I think it was called Ares Wrath or something like that. That was just one of the traits. You could get many different ones that all added to your defense. All the godly perks, apart from a few, would give you like extra defense. So it's not just Ares or whatever's. It's a lot more than that. We're past the bookery, so more hit points it is. Gonna game something probably retail Tycoon 2 and Roblox because it's hilarious. Alright, our dude, have a nice one, good to see you. And I hope your arm doesn't fall off. For a chance to get a random basic resource chunk on killing an enemy. That would be useful. Either that or getting shield for survival. But let's go for resources though. Good vibes. True, but that seemed too OP for me. I would have limited to only Ares. I mean, you were already too OP, so that statement doesn't really do much for me. Kind of just bounces off. Just a bunch of villagers and shit. Okay. Could put a bookery down here. Oh shit, that was probably a bad idea. Oh well. Can't argue with that. Nope, you cannot. But yeah, the medieval overhaul mod, like, introduces a lot of stuff that seems to be other mods that were, let's call them borrowed, and tweaked to the overhaul mod offerer's liking, meaning that in some cases they have like reduced functionality as a result. So one example of this is that it implements a don't really need more chrono crystals, so well. And I want to try and do at least one more run. Ah shit, one of our rings got wrecked. That's not good. Well, at least we have the support of the crossbowmen here. And maybe we can get a good ring from one of these if they don't all flee. Oh, we got some stuff. This is a quest objective though. And we actually managed to kill it. Kill all of the enemies. Nice. Well, that means I can equip this. How about this one? It doesn't give me increased skeleton summon limit, but could equip this instead of the shield and then equip this ring instead of that ring that we lost. I know, and then we can take a look at one of these items. this better than the other one? Gives me way more attack speed though. Let's try it. Gonna go buy yourself some snacks. Alright, enjoy. Have a good trip. See you back later, hopefully. But yeah, the medieval overhaul mod implements like a, what's it called? A bird perch or something like that. Basically a comms console from the base game that doesn't require power, so that you can still communicate with other factions when you're doing a medieval only playthrough, because normally the comms console, as the name implies, requires power and is locked, or requires you to be do industrial research. And since the next playthrough I want to do, you don't get that stuff, kind of limits your options on what you can do. What's the current summon quality is 52%. I think we might want some more skeletal level instead then. I don't know. Because I think this, I don't know exactly what summon quality does because I haven't looked it up, but I think it just changes the type, like there's a higher chance of getting a higher quality, like one that has more than just a basic attack. But the stats being dependent on the skeleton level, hence why you want like a good balance between the two, is my assumption. We're doing too poorly here. Seems like we're gaining enough hit points in return. What's our evasion even like? 10%. Okay. Not too crazy, but pretty good still. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the last round of Loop Hero, and then I'm gonna jump into another game. Just switch it up a little bit. Because Loop Hero, as nice a game it is, to avoid it going like stale and repetitive too much and me dropping it entirely. I don't want to play it too much at a time. I am on that spree of enjoying the game though, so you know, should play games while you enjoy them and not like hold off for too long in between playstations. Otherwise you just lose interest, and then you return to the game and you forget what you were doing, and then you lose complete interest in the game altogether. At least that's how I feel. Oh wow, there's a lot of... They're really hurting us. Okay, maybe we should have the defense thing then, but I don't know if that would even have helped us. Wow. Will we survive this? I know I put down an epic healer that's along with this extra healer by demonic Babs was keeping us alive. I think it might be just enough though. Killer Draco. And boy, you're both surviving just barely. DPS is over here coming in to save the day. Oh, we have like a giant gold coin down here. Interesting. What do these do? What used to be a normal coin is now a huge amount of gold. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Does it mean we get like increased gold rewards for everyone because of that? Maybe. Or you get a healer scroll. Congratulations on that one. Okay, so If we want to get the blue skin chest, we have to go up top, it seems. It's the only way. So that becomes a no-brainer of where we're going. What? Okay, there's a bunch of these stones all over the map, though. Slightly conspicuous. Let's put down a berserker. Just mark out an area down here. Something along the lines of that, maybe. Well, we're pretty much done with that area around where the river is going to go, so we can go back here and focus on these chrono crystals that we have up there. So we're at enemy level 5, so this will probably be the last loop as well, because I don't think I want to risk going any further. At least not until I get some better gear. And these fights are definitely much harder now that there's like a vampire mage along them. Oh, and when the tome spawns, it also gives them the magic shield. Okay, that's a pretty interesting way of going about it. Because that means that you can be lucky that you get some of the other enemies taken out before the shield gets put on them, making it a bit easier to maybe get through them faster when there's a lot of enemies. That's just a thought though. What else can we put down that might be useful to us? Mountain time. And we won't get to convert cards until we get all the way up there, so unless we build another bookery, we'll probably consider making use of these forests, even though they're like lower quality than the thickets, because at this point I don't think we'll be able to convert many more things anyway. We are still taking like a good amount of damage from these guys, so those books are no joke. And getting that extra attack speed might help us out just enough to take less damage so that we get through the whole thing in the end. Okay, where do we want to put this one though? Again, because adding rocks and mountains adds to our survivability, but it doesn't really... Okay, there's the bookery. But there's nowhere I can really put it to make very good use of it, so... We can put it up here, I guess. We can keep this village in case we need to clear out a bunch of enemies, like these goblins, for instance. Just completely negate that. Delete it. We can put a ruins next to it. these forests. Get that attack speed bonus. Let's keep that one for now. Oof. Taking a lot of damage. I guess our skeleton level is only 3.5 as well. But unfortunately, I haven't managed to get like a really good book, so... It's like if my... Oh shit. Fuck, that's not good. I forgot to press the spacebar. If the necromancer does die, he at least does resurrect it once. This might actually be what I need. I don't know. I think actually attack speed might be the main thing right now. Which if I actually had switched that out, I would have lost attack speed. Of course, the meadows, they also do add a bit of survivability, because they do increase our HP per day. It's up to 221. So out of barely a thousand hit points, that's actually quite a lot. We do have an Oblivion card if everything goes completely to shit. So you can use those in multiple ways too. Like for instance, if the books are being the problem, I could technically remove this abandoned bookery. If the vampire mention becomes a problem, I can remove that as well, and then, you know, you won't have to deal with those particular enemies in those tiles. Oh my god, Alex is raiding with 3 people. Hello Alex, I hope you're doing well there. Coming in at just the right time to see me get wrecked by some vampire mage and their minions, I think. Hey, Wall with a hammer, you're also here, I see. Fuck. Yeah, we're getting fucked. Well, I think this is it. Yeah. Oh well. I'll use some items to cheekily take all this delicious loot that I'm not willing to let go. How's it going? Well, I am surviving. I just got my second vaccine shot today. How long ago is that now? Yeah, that's like more than 3 hours ago now. I'm still feeling okay though. My arm is still sore. How about you? Ah. Sorry, my arm is like not doing too well. Let's see what you were playing. Wait, what? Oh, that's why it's not working. It's not slash, it's exclamation mark. There we go. RimWorld, of course. Which one did you get? And I'm tired. Had a bad night of sleep and an early morning dentist appointment. Oof. Did you need something fixed or was it just a checkup? Hopefully just a checkup. But I got the Moderna vaccine, which according to what I hear is like supposedly the one that everyone's been wanting. But other than that, I don't really know too much. Checkup followed by a few chips fixed. Oh, lovely. No, Moderna. So, this one. I talked with like a friend from Australia, and over there they apparently have a very unpractical situation going on where they have their government bought like a bunch of vaccines, but it's apparently one that has a high potentiality for creating side effects, and as a result no one wants to take it. So now the government is like stuck with all these vaccines that no one wants to take, and everyone's like waiting for the government to acquire the better ones, including the Moderna. That's kind of what I've heard, at least. Oh, that's a fucking farm. That's not what I was supposed to build. Damn it. It's a mud hut. So, I'm just playing like something a bit chill today, because I don't, you know, from what I've seen and heard, like I know Captolamia, when he got his second shot, he was streaming but ended up having to stop the stream earlier because he wasn't feeling too well. And as a result, I kind of wanted to just play something easy today in case that were to happen, so I could sort of quickly send everyone off and say like goodbye and go lie down and die, basically. That's been my take on it. Are you guys familiar with Loop Hero? Because it's a pretty cool game if you're into roguelites. Canceled my whole stream because I had my shot during that time. Oh, okay, that way. But I was glad. Sizer knocked me out good. Yeah, I didn't have any side effects from the first shot either, other than a sore arm, so hopefully that's gonna be the case this time around. But you never know. First damage is increased by 5% when he's within the range of a road lantern or a beacon. This actually doesn't do me any favors right now because I'm not using either of them. But then again, hero attack doesn't matter when it's not the hero that does attacks when you're a necromancer. So this does absolutely nothing. Oh wow, building that warehouse, now I can equip 50 items. I don't think I even have that many. Time to get all the potions out, boys. But yeah, I wasn't too sure when I was contemplating about how I would handle the day today, but I ended up starting up a stream anyways, and here we are, and I'm still doing okay apparently. There's no reason to have these. Guess we could take this on. That means all vampires do a total 8 damage less. Going to get some food in the dog and such things. Leave a lurk. Alright, Alex. Thanks for dropping by with your stream and everything. And I hope you have a nice day. If you don't end up returning into chat later, at least. Okay, so do we want to synthesize some stuff? We could. Because what does it require to upgrade some of these buildings? A lot. A whole lot. Dear God. Oh, that's where you need all the stone. But that just improves the revival HP. This improves the range, but what does it cost? Okay, not too bad. Smelter can't be upgraded. What about the smithy? There we just need like a fuck ton of iron. Intel Center cannot be upgraded. Can be upgraded. Diner can. Requires a lot of food and wood. Okay, but I'm just checking out what I need to contemplate for like future things. Because I did say we were like stopping on playing this game for today at least. So you'll have to wait until another day if you're curious about what this kind of game is all about. Okay. Because I want to switch over into another game that's very chill. There we go. Trying to remember what it was called. It's got a very interesting name. It's called Dorfromantik. Not dwarf, but Dorf. As in German for the village. I actually wonder, since yeah, in the Netherlands you guys also have like your language is like based off of a weird mix between Danish, English, German sounding words. So I do wonder if Dorf would also mean the same for you guys, or if you would use that same word to describe a village. Do let me know if you're here in chat. Okay, that being said though, let's see, I do need to update the game that we're streaming because just for good measure. There it is. Oh yeah, it's one word, I forget. So just give me a moment while I fix those titles. Then I'll also need a small toilet break and then I'll be right back. Okay, let's just make sure that all of this looks correct now. Not that I know. Oh yeah, boy, of course. Yeah, you're from the Netherlands, right? I think you told me the other day. Dorfromantik. Cool, okay, that's looking as it should. So yeah, give me a moment, I need a toilet break and then I'll be back. Just give me a moment. Just needed to blow my nose. No, my nose. Alright. Gotta tell you, flipping those switches was like such a fucking pain in the ass. Soon. What if I want to do a new game? Yeah, so they've implemented creative mode into this now. I'm not interested in creative. I don't care about the tutorial either. What? Oh, okay, this is how it works. Oh, so this is my last session where I completed this one because I got screwed over by the game. Oh, and then you can continue in creative mode. Okay, who cares? I was trying to see if I needed to refresh the map because I want a better start, but okay, this might be doable. Yeah, I think it is. Because I don't like starting out with tiles that don't allow you to already do a perfect match from the get-go. Since that's how I figured you need that in order to even get like remotely far in this game. But yeah, in case you're new here or you haven't seen this game in particular before, it's a puzzle-based tile placement game where your objective is to, like, all these tiles have different, let's call them environmental features on them, and each side of these tiles need to match up with similar terrain features. So for instance, this would be a valid placement because that one edge has like a farmland tile connecting these tiles together. And as you can see, this building here has an objective where we need to continue this farm field in one of those highlighted areas when you hover over it, and it has to be 3 or more farm tiles that get connected to it. So we could do something like this, for instance. And you gradually put down tiles and get more as you progress, so completing quests will give you more tiles, like right now we're on 45. And doing a perfect match will also award you with an extra tile for each perfect match you do. What that means is that if we surround any tile, like all its sides line up with something of the same type, then it's a perfect match. And is effectively what you want to aim for. Hate it when I do math wrong and go over my price limit by 8 cents. Oh, because you were buying snacks and you bought something too expensive? And welcome back, Andre. I hope you did have a nice trip to the store. Yeah. That's good to hear. Apart from the whole blowing your budget part potentially, I suppose. But yeah, as you progress this game, eventually it can become pretty tricky to try and line up tiles. Like for instance, these train tracks have to be connected to another pre-existing track, which means that on these tiles, unless you have something specifically like this, it has a train track end or some other compatible piece, you just can't put down a tile there, which can completely block you off from ever doing like a perfect match in a given situation. I can't ask them to let it slide because I'm paying with card, right? That sucks. So like, this might seem good because you're seeing like, okay, those two houses, they match up on those edges, but that farm field is very devious in that it does actually count as a like an non-perfect connection that way. Which means that if we want to entirely focus on perfect connections, we would have to put this somewhere else that we could like, where we can then start a new city or something. And I've played a couple sessions in this. Like, there's a kind of game where you play until you run out of tiles and both try and get a high score, but also complete these side objectives to get like reward unlocks, which from what I've been able to tell are purely cosmetic, but hey, it's something. And then once you run out of tiles and stuff, you can explore your map and take a look at it, take some screenshots, whatever. And then, you know, you start the next run, basically trying to take what you learn to do better the next time around. Unfortunately, though, due to the nature of how that works, I've gotten to the point where I don't, like, I need to be in the right mood to continue playing, like to play the game again, because it does feel like there's not many ways you can play it, let's put it like that. Since they have that perfect tile matchment mechanic and a bunch of other things in place that eventually forces you to start anew regardless of how well you try. And we can already see like some of that in effect. So notice here, like this forest tile now requires us to place it in connection with 120 trees. And you might be thinking, well, Dragon, it's pretty easy to do. You know, you just put it down to the pre-existing forest you have, and then you only need 10. If I were to put it up here, we would still need 96. And even though you get a lot of trees per tile for the most part, it would take a lot of tiles. Like it would take more than 5 tiles to put down another 96 trees, which is where the problem arises. Since if we were to continue this forest over here, it would just become bigger, and that means the next time we get another forest quest, it'll ask us for even more trees, but still only reward us with 5 tiles. So however much you're getting rewarded doesn't necessarily reflect the amount of tiles you need to invest in them, and that's why the whole perfect placement of tiles is very important. Now there are mechanics in place as well where if you close off this forest, so all the tiles don't lead to another pre-existing forest, then it does sort of reduce the next forest requirement to the largest forest that is still open. But that in turn also has its own consequences. One of which being something really fucking annoying, and that is that since we can't, like for instance, we can't put this tile down here because it requires to be compatible with this river. Same with this tile over here, it has to be compatible with a railroad. And that's a problem if that tile is required in order to cap off a forest. And I just say it like that, capping it off, as you might never be able to get that tile. Or what also can happen is that you're trying to cap something off, but because of the tiles that you're getting being handed to you don't like arrive in time, you might get a new forest quest and it asks you to put down that thing next to like 900 trees, but you're already like closed in your forest. You just haven't gotten that railroad tile to cap it off. So there's a bit of strategy involved there, I suppose, and future planning, I guess. And now we have like this forest part here where I can use this to good effect in multiple like situations, right? I could put it over here to finish off that forest quest, which might be beneficial, or I could finish it over, put it in here because it has like a perfect alignment with the associated tiles, so that in the future I can do like a perfect match if I get the other tiles around it to match up. Oh yeah, and there's also quests that have variations to them. So for instance, this one doesn't have the plus sign, so what that means is that you need to add exactly 3 more houses to finish off this quest, which I don't even think is going to be possible without like screwing over, like breaking one of the quests or failing them intentionally. Because if I put this housing piece over here, and as soon as I connect this one up in the middle with these houses, that would already be too many, and as such would like fail one of the quests. So in this case it might actually be a good idea to start off a new town over here or something to the tune of that. And yes, the empty tile edges also matter. They also require like perfect alignments. We have another quest here with the cornfields that also asks it to be perfect, so let's expand upon that since, hey, we need it anyway. Okay, and we got a railroad tile here, fortunately, that does have like the correct size, so that's really lucky. But we're not gonna always be that lucky, so. But you can wait off with completing some of the quests until you get the tiles that actually add new ones to the map. We got like another quest here with like a train. I mean, we can put it down here, no problem, because it does match up. So it's like having done a couple sessions, it's a very peculiar balance that you need to strike between trying to get 100% matches versus extending your pre-existing fields or whatever, like your groups of things to try and get more cards or tiles versus like, yeah, pretty much everything. Okay, the battle is ready to begin. I don't think I heard the Streamraiders. I don't know if it's my audio is too low. I definitely did not hear it. So let's check up on that. This game is capable of doing, like, just sitting around. There's no time limit in Dorfromantik, so you can take as much time as you want to deliberate your moves. Okay, so we got a few rogues to take out these stones and similar. Nice, nice. Okay. Well, let's hope you guys haven't put yourself too close to these toads, because they will jump at you very early on. Which is why I was sort of wanting us to be put down here, so we could also take down these ants first. Hopefully it's not going to be a problem though. Yeah, you're good. And just like with yesterday and the day before, if we have flying rogues, these ants can't attack flying units. So, you know, if you have one flying rogue and just a bunch of ants, it's still a win. As long as there's nothing else that can kill you. Chavez Agora Vi. I hope that I pronounced that correct. Unless it's Javes. You get a Berserker Scroll. Moving on to the next one. You need to keep an eye out of the time, but because I started streaming later today and because you lovely people all came in here, I'll extend it a little bit just for you. Also, I'm not super hungry at the moment anyway, so I'm not in a rush to start making dinner. Because these are all ranged units. So we can either try and take them out, like outrange them might be a good thing. They can shoot down air units, right? Ground and air, okay. I'll try and help you guys out with a musketeer. What about the rats? Choose through armor, okay. Ground and air. So you're not safe just because you're a flyer in this map. Okay, that's maybe a little bit overkill. But yeah. Can sort of pincer these enemies, and then by the time we hopefully take out all these worms and these rats, we'll be close. Or rather, no, I'm saying it in another way. Hopefully we take out all the worms before the rats get close. Okay. Yeah, so like for instance, this would be a perfect match, right? But if I do this, then this tile can never be a perfect match because I know there's no. I think someone on the on the Steam discussions mentioned permutations as the word. So some tile combinate, like there's certain tile permutations that just don't exist, meaning that in some instances you just will never be able to make a perfect match because that combination of tile features just doesn't exist in the game, which is also something I can agree to is a little bit obnoxious with this one, because there's apparently quite a lot of instances where there's like only one permutation of like a certain tile in a certain way, meaning that, how best to explain it, like for instance in this case there might only be this version of a tile with 3 houses and a piece of forest, so there's like no mirrored version of this maybe, so that gets kind of weird. Hey Amo, how are you doing? Hola hola. Hope you're doing well. Oof. I'm trying to contemplate if it's worth doing this, even though this would be no longer a perfect match, just for the sake of continuation. I think we'll have to. Let's just do it. Regret that choice later on in life. Because since we screwed that up, this tile essentially, it doesn't really matter if the connection between these two tiles is no longer a perfect match, because that will never give you a perfect match. But then we can still contemplate the others and then think how we can like use the other edges of the tile to fit in with future plans. So I think this would actually be a good fit. Doing great. How about you? I got my second Moderner. God damn it! I keep saying it, trying to do like an English pronunciation. The Moderna COVID-19 vaccine today. So I'm a little bit sore in terms of my arm, but other than that, I'm doing pretty fine, I would say. I haven't started feeling all terrible and such yet. And hopefully it stays that way. Or at least prefer to. Oof, this river is like... Okay, so we've gotten to a point now where either I have to decide to start a new river, which we could, and then hope for the best that I get the tiles needed to match them up. Because you know, you can think ahead like that. While you still have a lot of tiles, you don't have to rush to complete objectives after all. Which is also in some cases a good idea. Like for instance, I could rush to complete this objective down here, even though it only needs another 6 trees. But that would add a lot of trees to this down here, which I could add onto this other forest that I'm also building. And if I add it to this forest up here, there you go. There's that thing that I was talking about. Like, we get another quest now for a forest anyway, so we can decide either to add it up here, requiring another 74 trees, or add it to down here where we already have a forest going, only requiring an additional 19 trees, and complete that pre-existing objective. And I'm gonna do that in this case, even though it's not always gonna be the best tactical decision. Had mine last week. Cool. Did you end up feeling sick, or were you okay? Because I've heard from a lot of people that they like end up basically with a fever and stuff. Not necessarily like immediately after getting the shot and stuff, but like way later in the day. So, and of course hoping that that won't happen to me, but you never know. Yeah, the day after felt like I had the flu, but the day after that I was fine. Okay. So what you're saying is that, yeah, as I seem to recall too, I might just be fine today, but then tomorrow I would be completely screwed. So yeah, I'm doing a bit of streaming today. I was deliberating with myself if I should or not, but I've decided that to hell with it, I was gonna try anyway, for as long as I could. And stuff just to like try to get some streaming in while I can, instead of it maybe taking me out in the weekend and not being able to stream for a very long time. It is. It's a very chill game for sure too. But I don't know. Like I've said in the past when I was first streaming this, that it feels like it has a lot of replayability, which I would argue that it does have, but it also seems that there's only a few ways that you should, like if you want to get far in this game, that you can play the game. Because of how it's structured, There's like only a certain strategy that seems viable to get far. Like the name. Yeah. Oh yeah, because of course it's in like your native language, right? So but yeah, it doesn't really like have a lot of ways to continue playing in the long run because of how it's structured. So you can you've already probably pieced together some of the game mechanics, like, you know, you put down tiles and then you get objectives to put like connect up similar pieces, and then something that you might not have noticed, but you get like more points if the edges line up with the correct terrain features, and if you surround one tile with the correct features all the way around, you get a perfect match, which also rewards you with an additional tile. Now, completing objectives also rewards you with tiles, but those become progressively harder and harder to complete until eventually it's the amount of tiles you get as a reward are not enough to keep you going. Eventually you just end up losing the game because of that, which kind of sucks, but what can you do? And that's what I don't like about the game. It's a score-based game where the only things you unlock are cosmetics, like these secondary objectives. Like if I score 25 perfect placements in total, I gain a cosmetic upgrade, which doesn't help me do better on the next run. So the only thing that improves is your playstyle, or rather your understanding of the game, which I guess is okay for a puzzle game, but I don't know, I was hoping for like a bit more than that, because it does sort of make that replayability a little more limited when it turns out that in order to get a higher and better score and playing for longer, you need to both focus on getting perfect matches and completing tile quests, while also keeping your areas small by closing them off. So as an example, for the forests, they will require to put down like 100 something forests eventually, like very quickly. But the bigger these areas are, the more trees they will demand of you to be connected. Obviously, because you can put down a forest quest tile onto existing house, a forest, and then, you know, you'll get a lot of progress instantaneously. The problem with that is that some of the quests produce a side objective that require you to cap off a forest or whatever it is you've built. And to make matters worse, the amount of additional things that need to be connected increases like so much eventually that you need to spend more tiles than you gain in order to complete the objectives. And the objectives, they, from what I've noticed, unfortunately only seem to generate at like a fixed rate or something to the tune of that. So you're kind of like stuck with whatever like rate the game generates them for you, so you can't speed it along either. Oh yeah, and then there's also these quests like this one, which requires me to do 5 tiles exactly in order to complete it. So if I connect it up here, it's instantly failed because that's more than 5. Now once you complete the objective, you can continue building onto this, no problem. So if I just add another 2 river tiles, it completes this objective, and then I can add as many more additional as I want. It just happens that so that I can't do it all in one go, because that would fail it. And then some of the visual feedback in the game could also be better. Like, it shows you which things connect up, but it doesn't show you that this edge here is not connected up to farmland, for instance. So especially farmland is very tricky. And if you go onto the forums, you'll also find something where people are, you know, discussing the game, of course, as they do. And you'll find people talking about how there's just certain permutations that don't exist, meaning tile combinations that just don't exist, to the point where making those 100% perfect matches in some instances are literally impossible, because the tile needed to accomplish it just doesn't exist. And I've noticed for farmland tiles that is very, very true, in fact, in a lot of situations where there's just not, they just don't exist. So like, there's this weird thing where you want to build like large collections of things to keep them grouped together, so when you get new quests they're easy to do, but you also don't want to put them into a corner where you can't cap it off, whilst you also want to cap it off like earlier rather than later, because you can see I've got this quest now which requires 22 houses, which is because of this collection of houses over here, I assume, is so large now that, or it might actually even be this portion over here, that it's like, oh, you already have a lot of houses in one place, so if we asked of you to only put down 6 houses in connection with this, you would instantly complete it no matter where you put it. So it kind of forces you to put them into certain places, which is fine if it weren't for the fact that it also does that in cases where you've locked yourself in. So for instance, river tiles and train tiles have to be connected to compatible tiles, aka either river tiles, or there are some stations and lakes you can also get. But those are the only few things that can connect them up, meaning that I can't put this tile in these empty spaces, right? So for instance, if I want and need to cap off this cornfield here, I have to put down a river-based tile here, because nothing else will be put there. Meaning also that if that tile never spawns in your stack, or you're running low on tiles, you know, you might just lose the game because of that. Since, oh, now it generates like a farm quest for you where it requires you to do like 100 cornfields or whatever, which you can't achieve within like 5 tiles, which is rewarded for that quest. And you just end up being stuck and forced to lose the game that way. And that's kind of what makes this game so hard, is that you have to think so far ahead in the future and really think about where you want to put down your especially like the train tracks and river tiles are very heavily impactful, because they can only be like, this is the station that allows you to connect both train tracks and river tiles. So you kind of want to use these in like areas that connect up a lot of different things. Otherwise you end up getting like backed up into a corner. But this one, for instance, needs all the sides to either be a river tile or a barren tile edge in order for that 100% perfection bonus. So I can't put this here, for instance, because there's that farm tile that's in the way that would screw it over. Neither can I here, because there's that house that's doing the same. Now I could put it here, for instance, which won't really help this quest over here at the moment. Also because it's also like a thing where this is the only tile, one of the only tiles that you can use to cap off rivers so that they don't continue on forever. Otherwise it has to be a very long continuous thing. But I am contemplating putting it down here. Let's just do that, just to continue the game. So, but yeah, that's just how it is. So like I could also finish off this city here, cap it off, but I would ruin that perfect match I've got going maybe. That being said though, getting perfect matches with train tracks and river tiles is really difficult. so trying to aim for them might also be like, it's something you want to do but also is very hard to do. Another strategy I found out you can also do to get around the whole now you need to place like a billion trees problem is to have like multiple collections of forests that are close to each other but not connected. And then if you ever need like to connect a bunch of forests together, you could technically make that connection at any point later in time, right? And then get a huge boost to the amount of things that are connected that way. God damn it. But even that has its flaws, because then all of a sudden you have this you have this one situation where you just have a fuck ton of like forests that all gets put together all at once. So now you're all of a sudden creating a new problem by solving another, which is also a bad way of doing it. So like, I can add this forest over here, which would require only 71 trees, or put it over here, which will require 102 trees. It might be better to put it over here if I can somehow, because then I can like extend this forest instead of continually only growing one, so to speak, to spread out the growth, if you will. And the same goes true for the cornfields. It's only requiring 6 over here, but 11 over here. That's fine, because 11 corn tiles isn't that much. Later in the game though, it becomes like now you need to connect up 100 cornfield tiles, and the quest just becomes impossible as a result. But you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. And they just implemented a creative mode, which, like, sure, but I don't quite understand the reason why. I guess people really enjoy the aesthetics so much that the devs figured people want like to be able to be creative in this game. Like once you've completed a level as well, like once you run out of tiles, you also get the option to go into creative mode too, if you wanted to. But it doesn't, I don't know, that's not why I would like to continue playing this game. You know, I'm here for the puzzle aspect and being able to try and make it further and further. But if there's a hard cap, essentially RNG based hard cap even, which is the worst part, that limits how far you can go, then that's a little bit of a turn off for continued play, I would say. Like my highest score is like, I think 20 or 25,000, but I've seen people on the Steam forums that post their scores and they've made it all the way up to like 50,000 points, where it's all RNG based again, because, well, I guess it just is. So that's how the game's designed after all. And like, see, we get like 38 houses that need to be connected up. So you could either connect it up to this existing section here and fuck up these train tracks, or not making the most out of them at least. Could also put it over here, which would ruin a bit of a match, but do a good amount of progress. Or we could try and put it here and see if we can get a matching tile that would fit in here with that cornfield and the forest tiles. But obviously the more surrounding tiles you put down, the likelihood of there being a tile that matches that area diminishes greatly. So like these two areas here, I don't know if I have a hunch there might exist tiles that can be put there, but I don't know for sure. And even if they do exist, they might never generate. Like that's the sketchiest part, I suppose. And again, we kind of get like this would be the best place to put it, because the most progress on houses, and you know, it fits in perfectly. Either that, or you would use it to progress the forest up here, or you would use it to progress the forest over here. But then you would have a housing quest located all the way up there that might be impossible to continue on with. I'm kind of thinking we should start another train track, or just continue this one here. That's another thing again. Like whenever I've noticed, or whenever you have like no river quests or train quests going on, it seems to be a better tactical long-term choice to use those tiles to like finish off connections in other places that you need, rather than progressing the quest. Sometimes I go against that logic though, but for the most part it's definitely true. This place is going to be a nightmare, because if I ever get like a cornfield quest that requires me to cap off this cornfield, like all those highlighted areas need to be closed off. Now the good thing is that that you don't have to make perfect matches to do that, of course. So as long as you're not locked yourself in with a river tile or a train track tile, it is very much possible to accomplish at least. But still, it can be a bit sketchy, a bit squitchy. Also, having these long rivers tend to be a bad choice, because like these additional features onto the sides here are hard to like make use of, especially because by the time you have a long river or a train track, you've already established like a town or a forest or whatever it may be other places. But yeah, I digress. Like this tile is an almost perfect match, except for that one side. So I could decide to put it here for the, you know, one side, not caring about the one side, but whatever. Alright boy, have a good one. And thanks for dropping by again today. It's been a blast. Or at least I've been having a blast. I hope you had a good time as well. And I hope to see you another day. What's the time even? Yeah. How far are we on Streamraiders? Okay, 4 minutes. I don't think I'll be continuing too much longer today, because I am now noticing that hunger that's sort of creeping in. So let's give it like until the Streamraiders thing is finished off, and then I'll call it a day. Same dude. Yeah. Getting hangry or hungry, there's a difference. Oh, this is like such a shit tile. It's like introducing so many areas where you have to put down a river tile, and one area which has to be a train track or station. Jeez. Hangry. And go and eat a Snickers, I suppose. Ooh, but this is a decent match. Like, this is what you want. But obviously extending this train track just means that the next time I get a train track quest, it's just going to ask for more tiles than what I currently have. So it's only kind of progress. Oh well. Fucking hate having to match up cornfields. They're like the worst. Girlfriend is making the food. Well then. You lucky son of a bitch. I assume. At least haven't had the chance to hear you complain about her cooking skills yet, so. Oh yeah, and then there's these objectives that spawn out in the world map. These also you'll want to do. But the later you approach these, the more insane those quests end up being. And it could literally be anything. I think this is a house building quest. And it also scales with all the other stuff, except you don't get a choice where they get positioned, so yeah, you're kind of just stuck with trying to accomplish them wherever they spawn in, which, if it requires you to like put down 1 billion houses, is literally impossible. Ooh, this fits in over here. And see, I did 2 perfect matches, giving me a bunch of bonus points, but also 2 tiles. 10 out of 10 would eat again, I suppose. That's what you were talking about. Mm-hmm. But oh well. I'm just giving the game what's called tough love in the games industry. At least that's what I remember from my time at something called Daddy-U. Some of the experts repeatedly like told us that whenever we got critique on our video game, that we should not fret, that it's not, that we shouldn't take the critique negatively, that it's tough love critique where you're supposed to like filter it and listen, because any kind of critique has some kind of net value at the end of the day. Even though you might still, you know, be pissed at the execution of that critique, the value does lie in the content after all, so sometimes if you listen to that kind of stuff, you get like some pretty good and valuable feedback. And there's Streamraiders. I'm not sure why I'm not hearing those notification sounds anymore. Might just be because the Streamraiders are unhappy with me switching. Okay, let me just put down this tile. Take a look at Streamraiders, and then we'll find someone else to quote-unquote raid. I think I want to do this one then. Yeah. Because the good thing about this is that you can pick it up and drop it like whenever you want. So if I go and exit the game now and I return, we'll just continue where we left off. Alrighty, Streamraiders. Because there's so many enemies over there, we're gonna try with a defensive buff to start out with. I know there's these busters, they're suicidal units, right? Didn't even get to do anything. Oh well. Ooh. I don't really like the buster units, because it's like, oh, let's put like 1 billion range support units in that would be perfect to use a buster unit for, but then they just target down the buster units and they don't do anything. At least the ranged unit would be able to do at least 1 attack. Okay, Lady of the game, you get a Barbarian Scroll, Loxy Lady gets Healer Scrolls, and Boy gets a Buster Scrolls. A Buster Scrolls? 1 Buster Scroll. Don't think I've seen you guys in here before. But that's Streamraiders for today. So let's try and find someone to raid. Assuming, it seems like most of chat has like slithered off. Well, a bunch of you also came in with like Alex's raid a while back, so everyone's either gone off to bed or for dinner, so I guess it doesn't really make sense to raid anyone when we're not that many in here. Okay, tell you what, we'll just call it here for today. And thanks for dropping by, everyone that did. Oh, that hurt. Fuck. Thankfully, I didn't end up with a fever yet, but it'll probably happen. Who knows? Otherwise, if I feel good in the weekend, I don't know if I'll be streaming or not, but I'll see what happens, because I still have that RimWorld mod load order to fix after all, and I'm sure some people are edging wanting to start, even though Andre said that it's a good thing I haven't started yet, so he can join later, doesn't get left behind. Who should I raid? Who should you raid? We're not raiding anyone, because we're not really that many people in here. Like, another viewer is just a bot as far as I know. So when there's not that many people in chat, I usually leave out raiding, because it's a moot point. So don't worry about it. But yeah, thanks everyone for dropping by, and I hope to see you all next time. My last Viking here, I guess so.